All right, good evening, everyone. This is the Great Bible Read Through, 1539. This is a facsimile, not an original printing, and I'm trying to read through this in 1 month, and I think we can probably do it. So we're going to continue here with, this is called First Ezra. This is the book of Ezra. Nehemiah they call Second Ezra. So here we go, chapter 1. Let's do it. Cyrus sendeth again, or sendeth back, the people that was in captivity, and restoreth them their holy vessels, and commandeth them to build again the temple. Okay. In the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord spoken by the mouth of Jeremy might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he caused to be proclaimed throughout all his empire, and to be written, saying, Thus saith Cyrus the king of Persia, The Lord God of heaven hath given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and hath commanded me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whosoever now among you is of his whosoever is of his people, the Lord his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is the God that is at Jerusalem. Okay. Then gat up the principal fathers of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites, and all they whose spirit... No, I skipped ahead, of course. And whosoever remaineth yet in any manner of place where he is a stranger, let the men of that place help him with silver and gold, with gold and goods and cattle, beside that which they willingly offer for the house of God that is at Jerusalem. Okay. Then gat up the principal fathers of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites, and all they whose spirit God had raised to go up to build the house of the Lord which is at Jerusalem. And all they that were about them strengthened their hand with the vessels of silver and gold, with goods and cattle, jewels, and insomuch that every one showed himself liberal. And King Cyrus brought forth the vessels of the house of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of Jerusalem, and had put in the house of his God. Those did Cyrus the king of Persia bring forth by the hand of Mithridates the treasurer, and numbered them unto Sheshbazzar the prince of Judah. And this is the number of them: 30 chargers of gold, 1,000 chargers of silver, 29 knives, 30 basins of gold, and of other silver basins 410. All my windows are all rearranged. Okay. And of other vessels 1,000. All the vessels of gold and silver were 5,400. All these did Sheshbazzar carry away with them that came up out of the captivity of Babylon unto Jerusalem. 2. The number of them that returned from the captivity. These are the children of the land that went up out of the captivity, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away unto Babylon, and came again unto Jerusalem, and into Judah, every one unto his city. They that came with Zerubbabel are these: Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Realiah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mizpar, Bigvai, Rehumbana. This is the number of the men of the people of Israel. The children of Pharez, 2,102 The children of Shephatiah, 302 The children of Arath, 705 The children of the captain of Moab, among the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. The children of Elam, 1,204 The children of Zatu, 945 The children of Zakkai, 703 The children of Bani, 602 The children of Bebai, 603 The children of Azgad, 1,202 The children of Adonikam, 606 The children of Bigvai, 2,006 The children of Adin, 404 The children of Asher of Hezekiah, 90 The children of Bedzai, 303 The children of Jorah, 112 The children of Hashum, 203 The children of Gebar, 95 The children of Bethlehem, 103 The men of Netophah, 650 The men of Anathoth, 108 The children of Asmaveth, 42 children of Kiriath Jearim, even the children of Kephirah and Beeroth, 703 and 40, the children of Haramah and Geba, 601 and 20, the men of Michmash, 102 and 20, the men of Bethel and Hai, 203 and 20, the children of Nebo, 2 and 50, the children of Magbish, 106 and 50, the children of the other Elam, 1,204 and 50, the children of Harim, 320, the children of Lod Hadid and Ono, 705 and 20, the children of Jericho, 305 and 40, the children of Senah, 3,630. Let me see. The priests of the children of Jediah of the house of Jeshua, 903 and 70. The children of Emer, 1,002 and 50. The children of Pashur, 1,207 and 40. The children of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the children of Jeshua and Kadmiel of the children of Hodaviah, 4 and 70. The singers and the children of Asaph, 108 and 20. The children of the doorkeepers, the children of Shallum, the children of Ater, the children of Talmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobai, altogether 109 and 30. The Netinims, the children of Ziha, the children of Hashubah, the children of Tabaoth, the children of Kerosh, the children of Seah, the children of Padon, the children of Lebanon, the children of Hagabah, the children of Akub, the children of Hagab, the children of Shamlai, the children of Hanan, the children of Gidel, the children of Gahar, the children of Reiah, the children of Radzin, the children of Nekodah, the children of Gazam, the children of Uzzah, the children of Paseah, the children of Besai, the children of Asna, the children of Mehunim, the children of Nephusim, the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakubah, the children of Harhur, the children of Bazluth, the children of Mahira, the children of Harsa, the children of Barkam, the children of Sisera, the children of Tamoth, the children of Nedziah, the children of Hatifa, or the Netinims, the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Shotai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Peruda, the children of Jala, the children of Darkon, the children of Gidel, the children of Shephatiah, the children of Hatil, the children of Pokereth, Hazbaim, the children of Ami. All the Netinims and the children of Solomon's servants were altogether 302 and 90. And these went up from Telmela, and from Telharsa, Kerub, Adon, and Emer, but they could not discern their father's house and their seed, whether they were of Israel. The children of Deliah and the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekodah, 602 and 50. And of the children of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Hakkoz, the children of Barzillai, which took one of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite to wife, and was called after their name. These sought their evidence among them that had the register of birth, and were not found therein. Therefore were they put from the priesthood. And the Tirshatha said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy till there rose up a priest to wear Urim and Thummim. The whole congregation together was 240,303, beside their servants and maidens, of whom there were 7,307. And there were among them 200 singing men and women. Their horses were 706 and 30, their mules 205 and 40, and their camels 405 and 30. Their asses 6,720, and certain of the chief fathers, when they came, because of the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, they offered themselves willing for the house of God, to set it in his place, and gave gold after their ability unto the treasure of the work, even 160,000 pieces, and 5,000 pound of silver, and 100 priests' garments. So the priests and the Levites, and certain of the people of the singers, and the porters, and the Netinims dwelt in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. 3. After the foundation of the temple, once renewed, they sacrificed unto the Lord. And when the 7th month came, and the children of Israel were now in their cities, the people came together even as one man unto Jerusalem. And there stood up Jeshua the son of Josedek and his brethren the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Salathiel and his brethren, and builded the altar of the God of Israel to offer burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses the man of God. And the altar set they upon his sockets, for there was a fearfulness among them because of the nations and lands. Therefore they offered burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord in the morning and at even. And they held the Feast of Tabernacles, as it is written, and offered burnt sacrifices daily, according to the number and custom, day by day. Afterward they offered daily burnt sacrifices also, and in the new moons, and in all the feast days that were consecrate unto the Lord, and for all them which did of their own free will offer unto the Lord. From the first day of the 7th month began they to offer burnt sacrifices unto the Lord, even when the foundation of the temple of the Lord was not yet laid. They gave money also unto the masons and carpenters, and meat and drink, and oil unto them of Zidon and Tyre, to bring them cedar timber from Lebanon by sea unto Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus the king of Persia. In the 2nd year of their coming unto the place of the house of God at Jerusalem, in the 2nd month, began Zerubbabel the son of Salatiel, and Jesua the son of Josedek, and the remnant of their brethren the priests and Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity unto Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and above, to see that the work of the house of the Lord went forward. And Jesua stood with his sons and brethren, and Kadmiel with his sons, and the children of Judah, to further the workmen of the house of God, even the children of Henadab, with their children and their brethren the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests stood in their array with trumpets, and the Levites, the children of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise the Lord, after the manner of David king of Israel. And they sang together when they gave praise and thanks unto the Lord, because he is gracious, and because his mercy endureth forever. And all the people shouted loud in praising the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. Many also of the priests and Levites and ancient fathers, which had seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouted with joy, such that the noise gave a great sound, insomuch that the people could not discern the joyful sound and gladness from the noise of the weeping among the people. For the people shouted with a loud cry, and the noise was heard far off. 4. The building of the temple is hindered and let. But the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord God of Israel. And they came to Zerubbabel and to the principal fathers, and said unto them, We will build with you, for we seek the Lord your God like as ye do. And we have done sacrifice unto him since the time of Hazarhedon, the king of Ashur, which brought us up hither. And Zerubbabel and Jesua and the other ancient fathers of Israel said unto them, It cannot be that you and we together should build the house unto our God, for we ourselves will build alone unto the Lord our God of Israel, as Cyrus the king of Persia hath commanded us. And it came to pass that the folk of the land hindered the people of Judah, and troubled them as they were building, and hired counselors against them to hinder their device, as long as Cyrus the king of Persia lived, until the reign of Darius king of Persia. And in the reign of Ahasuerus, even in the beginning of his reign, wrote they unto him a complaint against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes wrote Mithridath, Tabeel, and the other of his council, or others of his council, unto Artaxerxes the king of Persia with fair words. And the scripture of the letter was written in the Syrian speech, and interpreted in the language of the Syrians. Rehum the recorder and Samsai the scribe wrote a letter from Jerusalem to Artaxerxes the king, as it followeth. Then Rehum the recorder and Simsai the scribe, and other of their company of Dinah, of Arphasath, of Tarpla, of Persia, of Arak, of Babylon, of Shushan, of Deha, of Elam, and other of the people, whom the great and noble Asnapper brought over, and set in the cities of Samaria, and others that are now on this side the water. This is the copy of the letter that they sent unto King Artaxerxes. Thy servants, the men that are now on this side the water, be it known unto the king that the Jews which came up from thee to us are come unto Jerusalem, a city seditious and froward, and build the same city, and set up the walls thereof, and lay the foundations. Be it known now also unto the king, that if this city be builded, and the walls thereof made up again, then shall not they give toll, tribute, and custom, and the king's profit shall incur damage. And now, in the mean season, we have destroyed the temple, and would no longer see the king's dishonor. Therefore sent we all out also, and certified the king, that it may be sought in the book of Chronicles of thy progenitors, and so shalt thou find in the book of the Chronicles, and perceive that this city is seditious and noisome unto kings and lands, and that they cause others also among them to rebel of old, even of old time. And for the same cause was this city destroyed. Therefore do we certify the king, that if this city be builded again, and the walls thereof made up, thou shalt hereafter have no portion on this side the water. Then sent the king an answer unto Rehum the recorder, and Simsai the scribe, and to the other of their companions that dwelt in Samaria, and unto the other that were beyond the water, in Shalem and Keheth. The letter which is sent unto us hath been openly read before me, and I have commanded to make search. And it is found that this city of old hath made insurrection against kings, and that rebellion and sedition hath been committed therein. There have been mighty kings also at Jerusalem, which have reigned over all countries beyond the water, and toll, tribute, and custom was given unto them. Give ye now therefore commandment that the same men be forbidden, and that the city be not builded again till I have given another commandment. Here's a type substitution, W for an M, and it is not an upside down M, it is a W. But it's clear what the word is, and this was a practice that the printers used, so long as it was not conflatable with a different word. Take heed now that ye be not negligent to do this, for why should the king have harm therethrough? Now when the copy of King Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Simsai the scribe and their companions, they went up in all the haste to Jerusalem unto the Jews, and forbade them with violence and power, or with force. Then ceased the work of the house of God at Jerusalem, and continued so unto the 2nd year of Darius, king of Persia. 5. By the exhortation of Haggai and Zachary is the temple builded again. The prophets Haggai and Zachary, the son of Iddo, prophesied unto the Jews that were in Judah and Jerusalem, in the name of the God of Israel. Then gat up Zerubbabel the son of Salatiel, and Jeshua the son of Josedek, and began to build the house of God at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of God, which helped them. At the same time came to them Tattenai, which was captain on this side the water, and Shetharboznai, and their companions, and said thus unto them, Who hath commanded you to build this house, and to make up these walls? Then told we them the names of the men that made this building. But the eye of their God was upon the elders of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease till the matter was brought to Darius, and then they answered by letters thereunto. This is the copy of the letter that Tattenai, which was captain on this side the water, and Shetharboznai, and the counselors of Arphaxad, which were on this side the water, sent unto King Darius. And the matter that they sent unto him was written thus within the letter. Unto Darius the king, all peace, be it known unto the king, that we went into the land of Jewry to the house of the great God, which is builded with mighty great stones, and beams are laid in the walls, and the work goeth fast forth, and prospereth in their hands. Then asked we the elders, and said unto them as it followeth, Who commanded you to build this house, and to make up the walls thereof? We asked their names also, that we might certify thee, and write the names of the men that were their rulers. But they answered us with these words, and said, We are the servants of him that is God of heaven and earth, and build the house of God, or the house that was builded many years ago, which a great king of Israel builded and set up. But after that our fathers had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath, he gave them over into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and of the Chaldees, which brake down this house, and carried the people away captive unto Babylon. But in the 1st year of Cyrus the king of Babylon, the same king Cyrus gave commandment concerning this house of God, that it should be builded again. And the vessels of gold and silver of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was at Jerusalem, and brought them into the temple of Babylon, those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple at Babylon, and they were delivered unto one Sheshbazzar by name, whom he made captain, and said unto him, Take these vessels, and go thy way, and set them in the temple that is at Jerusalem, and let the house of God be builded in his place. Then came the same Sheshbazzar, and laid the foundation of the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. Since that time also until now hath it been in building, and yet is it not finished. If it please the king now, therefore, let there be search made in the king's library, which is there at Babylon, whether it have been King Cyrus' commandment that this temple of God at Jerusalem should be builded, and let them send us the king's mind concerning the same matter. 6. At the commandment of Darius king of Persia, after the temple was builded and dedicate, the children of Israel keep the feast of unleavened bread. Then commanded King Darius, and they made search in the library, even in the place where they laid up the treasure at Babylon. And there was found in a coffer, in the place that is in the land of the Medes, a volume, and therein was it thus written, in such a memorial. In the first year of King Cyrus gave the same King Cyrus commandment concerning the house of God at Jerusalem, that the same house should be builded in the place where they offer the sacrifices, and to join the walls together of 80 cubits height and 80 cubits breadth, 3 rows of rough stones and 1 row of timber, and the expenses shall be given of the king's house. And let the gold and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple at Jerusalem and brought unto Babylon, be restored, and brought again to the temple at Jerusalem, to their place in the house of God. Get you far from them, therefore, thou Tatnai, captain beyond the water, and Shetharboznai, and your counselors, and Arpharsach, which are beyond the water. Get you away from them. Let the work of the house of this God alone, that the captain of the Jews and their elders may build the house of God in his place. I have commanded what shall be done to the elders of Judah for the building of the house of God, that there shall be diligent heed taken of the king's goods, even of the rents beyond the water, and given unto the men, that they should not be hindered, or that they be not hindered. And if they have need of calves, rams, and lambs for the burnt offering of the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, after the custom of the priests at Jerusalem, let the same be given them daily without any delay, that they may offer sweet savors unto the God of heaven, and pray for the king's life and for his children. And such a commandment have I given, that what man soever he be that altereth this word, there shall a beam be taken from his house, and set up, and he shall be hanged thereon, and his house shall be made a dunghill for the same thing. And the God that set his name there destroy all kings and people that put to their hand to alter and to break down the house of God which is at Jerusalem. Anyone who puts their hand to doing this thing, to alter the words and to break down the house. I, Darius, have commanded that this be done with speed. Then Tatnai, the captain of the country beyond the water, and Shetharboznai with their counselors, to whom King Darius had sent, did their diligence, and the elders of the Jews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zachary the son of Iddo, and they builded and laid up the foundation according to the commandment of the God of Israel, and after the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, kings of Persia. And the house was finished the 3rd day of the month Adar, even in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. And the children of Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the other children of the captivity, held the dedication of this house of God with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of God 100 oxen, 200 rams, 400 goats, and for the reconciling of all Israel 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel, and set the priests in their sundry courses, and the Levites in their diverse offices, to minister unto God at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. And the children of the captivity held Passover upon the 14th day of the first month. For the priests and Levites were purified, such that they were all clean together, and killed Passover for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such as had separated themselves unto them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, separated themselves unto them, which are the separated themselves unto them. From the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek the Lord God of Israel, all them that separated themselves did eat, and held the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them glad, and turned the heart of the king of Ashur unto them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of God, even the God of Israel. 7. By the commandment of Artaxerxes, Ezra taketh his companions, the children of Israel, and returneth to Jerusalem. After these acts, there was in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, one Ezra, the son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Shallum, the son of Zadok, the son of Ahitub, the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Marath, the son of Zariah, the son of Uzi, the son of Buki, the son of Abishua, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the chief priest. This Ezra also went up from Babylon, and was a perfect scribe in the law of Moses, which the Lord God of Israel did give. And the king gave him all that he required, because the hand of the Lord his God was upon him. And there went up certain of the children of Israel, of the priests, Levites, singers, porters, and of the Nethinims, unto Jerusalem, in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. And he came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, even in the 7th year of the king. For upon the 1st day of the 1st month began he to go up from Babylon, and on the 1st day of the 5th month came he to Jerusalem, because the good hand of God was upon him. For Ezra prepared his heart to seek the law of the Lord, and to do it, and to teach the precept and judgment in Israel. Precepts and judgments. And this is the copy of the letter that King Artaxerxes gave unto Ezra the priest and scribe, which was a writer of the words and commandments of the Lord and of his statutes over Israel. Ezra the writer. Artaxerxes, a king of kings, unto Ezra the priest, and scribe of the law of the God of heaven, peace and salutation. I have commanded that all they of the people of Israel, and of the priests and Levites in my realm, which are minded of their own good will, to go up to Jerusalem, go with thee. I have commanded. And therefore art thou sent of the king and of his 7 counselors to visit Judah and Jerusalem, according to the law of thy God which is in thy hand, and that thou shouldst take with thee silver and gold, which the king and his counselors offer of their own good will unto the God of Israel, whose habitation is at Jerusalem, and all the silver and gold that thou canst find in all the country of Babylon, with it that the people offer of their own good will, and the priests give for the house of their God which is at Jerusalem. Okay, take with thee silver and gold, and all the silver and gold you can find, with it that the people offer of their own goodwill, and the priests give. With it that the people offer and the priests give. Okay, sometimes I have to review the sentence and kind of break it down. Take thou the same, and buy diligently with the same money ox and rams and lambs, with their meat offerings and drink offerings, and thou shalt offer them upon the altar of the house of your God, which is at Jerusalem. And look, what it liketh thee and thy brethren to do with the remnant of the money, that do after the will of your God. The word look pretty often signals that kind of construction. And look, whatsoever A, do B. And look, what it liketh thee, that do. And the vessels that are given thee for the ministration of the house of thy God, those deliver thou before God at Jerusalem. And whatsoever thing more shall be needful for the house of thy God, which is necessary for thee to spend, thou shalt receive the charges out of the king's treasure house. I, King Artaxerxes, have commanded all the treasurers beyond the water. Now here's another one. All the treasurers beyond the water, that, look, whatsoever Ezra the priest and scribe in the law of the God of heaven requireth of you, that ye fulfill the same speedily, until 100 talents of silver, until 100 quarters of wheat, until 100 baths of wine, until 100 baths of oil, and salt without measure. Whatsoever also belongeth to the law of the God of heaven, let the same be done without any delay for the house of the God of heaven, that he be not wroth against the realm and against the king and his children. And we certify you that ye have no authority to require taxing and custom and yearly rents upon any of the priests, Levites, singers, porters, Nethinims, and ministers in the house of his God. And thou, Ezra, after the wisdom of thy God that is in thy hand, set judges and arbiters by my authority to judge all the people that is beyond the water, even all such as know the law of thy God, and them that know it not. Those see that you teach. And whosoever will not fulfill the law of thy God and the king's law, let him have his judgment without delay, whether it be unto death, or to be rooted out, or to be condemned in goods, or to be put in prison. Blessed be the Lord God of our fathers, which so hath inspired the king's heart to garnish the house of the Lord that is at Jerusalem, and hath inclined his mercy unto me in the presence of the king and his counselors, and before all the king's high estates, or princes. And I was comforted, or strengthened, even as the hand of the Lord my God was upon me. And so gathered I the heads of Israel together, that they might go up with me. 8. The number of them that returned to Jerusalem with Ezra. These are the principal fathers of them, and this is their register that went up with me from Babylon, what time as King Artaxerxes reigned. Of the children of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the children of Itamar, Daniel. Of the children of David, Hattush. Of the children of Zechariah, among the children of Pharosh, Zachary. And with him were numbered 150 men. Of the children of the captain of Moab, Elionai, the son of Zariah, and with him 200 men. Of the children of Zechariah, the son of Jaziel, and with him 300 men. Of the children of Adin, Abed, the son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men. Of the children of Elam, Isai, the children of Ataliah, and with him 70 men. Of the children of Shephatiah, Zebediah, the son of Michael, and with him 80 men. Of the children of Joab, Obadiah, the son of Jechiel, and with him 218 men. Of the children of Shelomith, the son of Josephiah, and with him 180 men. Of the children of Bebai, Zachary, the son of Bebai, and with him 28 men. Of the children of Azgad, Johanan, the son of Hakatan, and with him 110 men. Of the children of Adonikam, that were the last, whose names were these, Eliphalet, Jehiel, and Shemaiah, and with them 80 men. Of the children of Bigvai, Uttai, and Zabud, and with them 70 men. And I gathered them together by the water that runneth toward Ahava. And there abode we 3 days. And I looked among the people and the priests, and found there none of the children of Levi. Then sent I to Eleazar, to Ariel, Shemaiah, Elnathan, Jarib, Nathan, Zachary, and to Meshullam the rulers, and to Joiarib and Elnathan, which were men of understanding. And to those gave I commandment unto Iddo the chiefest at Caspia, that they should fetch us ministers for the house of our God. And I told them what they should say unto Iddo and to his brethren the Netinims at Caspia. And through the good hand of our God upon us, they brought us a wise man from among the children of Mali, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Sarabiah, with his sons and brethren, even 18 people. And Hasabiah, and with him Isai of the children of Merari, with his brethren and their sons 20. And of the Netinims, whom David and the princes gave to minister unto the Levites, 220 of Netinim, which all were named by name. And even there at the water beside Ahava, I proclaimed a fast, that we might humble ourselves before our God, and seek of him a right way for us, and for our children, and for all our substance. For I was ashamed to require of the king's soldiers and horsemen to help us against the enemy in the way. But we said unto the king, the hand of our God is upon all them that seek him in goodness, and his dominion, his violence and wrath, is against all them that forsake him. So we fasted, and besought our God for this, and he heard us. And I took out 12 of the chief priests, Sarabiah and Hasabiah, and 10 of their brethren with them, and weighed them the silver and gold, and vessels that were appointed for the house of our God, which the king and his counselors and his lords and all Israel that were there at hand had given together. And all Israel that were there at hand. And I weighed unto their hand 650 talents of silver, and in silver vessels 100 talents, and in gold 100 talents. 20 basins of gold of 1,000 pieces, in 1,000 pieces weight, and 2 costly ornaments of good brass, as clear as gold. And I said unto them, You are consecrate unto the Lord, like as the vessels are holy also, and the gold and silver are given of a good will unto the Lord God of your fathers. Watch ye and keep it, for ye shall weigh it down before the chief priests and Levites and ancient fathers of Israel at Jerusalem in the treasuries of the house of the Lord. Then took the priests and Levites that weighed silver and gold in vessels to bring it to Jerusalem unto the house of our God. And we brake up from the water of Ahava on the 12th day of the first month to go unto Jerusalem, and the hand of our God was upon us, and delivered us from the hand of the enemies, and of such as laid wait for us by the way. And we came to Jerusalem, and abode there 3 days. But on the 4th day was the silver and gold and vessels weighed in the house of our God by the hand of Meremoth the son of Uriah the priest, and with him was Eleazar the son of Phinehas, and with them was Jozabad the son of Jeshua, and Noadiah the son of Binnui the Levites. According to the number and weight of every one was the weight all written up at the same time. And the children of the captivity which were come out of prison offered burnt offerings unto the God of Israel, 12 bullocks for all Israel, 96 rams, 770 lambs, 12 he-goats for a sin offering, all to the burnt offering of the Lord. And they delivered the king's commission unto the king's officers and to the captains that were on this side the water, and they promoted the people and the house of God. Promoted the house of God. I'm just writing down interesting usages. Okay, 9. Ezra complaineth on the people that had turned themselves from God and married with the Gentiles. Complained on. When these things were done, the rulers came to me and said, The people of Israel and the priests and Levites are not separated from the people of the lands, as touching their abominations, namely of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Ammonites, Moabites, Egyptians, and Amorites. For they have taken the daughters of the same to themselves and to their sons, and the holy seed is mixed with the nations in the lands, and the hand of the princes and rulers hath been principal in this trespass. And when I heard this saying, I rent my clothes and my raiment, and plucked off the hair of my head. The hair, H-E-E-R, of my head and of my beard, and sat mourning. And there resorted unto me all such as feared the words of the Lord God of Israel, because of the transgression of the people of the captivity. And I sat mourning until the evening sacrifice. And about the evening sacrifice I rose up from my heaviness, and rent my clothes and my raiment, and fell upon my knees, and spread out my hands unto the Lord my God, and said, My God, I am ashamed, and dare not lift up mine eyes unto thee, my God. For our wickednesses are grown up over our head, and our trespass is waxen great unto the heaven. Since the time of our fathers have we been in great trespass unto this day, and because of our wickednesses have we and our kings been delivered into the hand of the kings of the nations, into the sword, into captivity, into shame, and into confusion of face, as it is to see this day. And now is there a little and sudden graciousness come from the Lord our God, in causing some of us to escape, and that he may give us a nail in his holy place, and that our God may light our eyes, and give us a little life to take breath in our bondage. For we are bondmen, and our God hath not forsaken us in our bondage, and hath inclined mercy unto us in the sight of the kings of Persia, to give us life, to set up the house of our God, and to redress the desolation thereof, and to give us a wall in Judah and Jerusalem. And now, O our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken thy commandments, which thou hast commanded by thy servants the prophets, saying, The land unto the which ye go to possess it is an unclean land, because of the filthiness of the people of the lands, which with their abominations have made it full of uncleanness on every side. Therefore shall ye not give your daughters unto their sons, and their daughters shall ye not take unto your sons, neither seek their peace and wealth forever, that ye may be strong, and enjoy the good in the land, and that ye and your children may have the inheritance of it forevermore. And after that all these things are come upon us, because of our evil deeds and great trespasses, thou, our God, hast thrust down our wickednesses, and hast given us deliverance, as it is to come to pass this day. As it is come to pass this day. And if we turn it back again to let go thy commandments, and make contract with the people of these abominations, wilt thou not then be wroth at us, and not without cause, till we be utterly consumed, such that nothing remain, until there be no deliverance? O Lord God of Israel, thou art righteous, for we remain yet escaped, as it is to see this day. Behold also, in thy presence are we, in our trespasses, and because of it may we not stand before thee. And because of it may we not stand before thee. 10. The people repent and turn and put away their strange wives. The wives of strange origin. And when Ezra prayed after this manner, and acknowledged, wept, and lay before the house of God, there resorted unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children. And the people wept very sore. I tend to read this verb acknowledged. Acknowledged confessed is the sense. Prayed and confessed, wept. And Shechaniah the son of Jehiel, one of the children of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, We have trespassed against our God, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Now there is hope yet in Israel concerning this thing, for now we will make a covenant with our God, and put away all the wives, and such as are born of them, according to the counsel of the Lord, and we will be in the fear of the commandments of our God, that we may do according to the law. Get thee up, for this matter belongeth unto thee. We also will be with thee. Be of good courage, therefore, and do it. Then rose Ezra, and took an oath of the chief priests and Levites, and of all Israel, that they should do according to this word, and they swear. And Ezra stood up from before the house of God, and went into the chamber of Johanan the son of Eliashib. And when he came thither, he did eat no bread, nor drank water, for he mourned because of the transgression of the people that had been in captivity. And they caused a proclamation to go throughout Judah and Jerusalem unto all the children which had been in captivity, that they should gather themselves together unto Jerusalem, and that whosoever came not within 3 days, according to the device, or the devising, according to what was devised, of the rulers and elders, all his substance should be forfeit, and he should be put out from the congregation of the captive. The congregation of the captive. The captivity. Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin gathered themselves together unto Jerusalem within 3 days, even the 20th day of the 9th month, and all the people sat in the street before the house of God, and trembled because of this matter, and for the rain. And Ezra the priest stood up and said unto them, Ye have transgressed, and have taken strange wives, to make the trespass of Israel yet more. Confess now therefore unto the Lord God of your fathers, and do his pleasure, and separate yourselves from the people of the land, and from the strange wives. And all the congregation answered and said with a loud voice. And when they say, this wives is sometimes used to mean women as well. It doesn't necessarily always mean a married woman in this book. So, separate yourselves from the people of the land and from the strange wives of the land. And all the congregation answered and said with a loud voice, It shall be so, and we will do as thou hast said. But the people are many, and it is a rainy weather, and the people are too faint to tarry without in the street, or outside in the street. Neither is this a work of 1 day or 2, for we have offended very sore in this thing. Let our rulers stand therefore in all the congregation, and let all them which have taken strange wives in our cities come at the time appointed, or by appointment. And let the elders of every city and their judges be with them, till they have turned the wrath of our God away from us concerning this matter. Then were appointed Jonathan the son of Asahel, and Jahaziah the son of Tekoa, a Tekoite, over this matter, and Meshullam and Sabbatai, the Levites, helped them. And the children of the captivity did even so. And Ezra the priest and the ancient heads through the house of their fathers, all men of great fame, separated themselves and sat them down on the first day of the 10th month to examine the matter. And until the first day of the first month they were finishing the business with all the men that had taken strange wives. And among the children of the priests there were men found that had taken strange wives, namely the children of Jeshua the son of Josedek, and of his brethren, Maaseiah and Eleazar, Jarib and Gedaliah. And they gave their hands thereupon. They gave their pledge. That they would put away their wives, and for their trespass offering to give a ram for their trespass. And among the children in Amor, Hanani and Zebadiah; among the children of Harim, Maaseiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jehiel, and Uzziah; among the children of Pashur, Elionai, Maaseiah, Ishmael, Nathanael, Jozabad, and Elasah; among the Levites, Jozabad, Shimei, and Kaliah, which same is Kalita; Pethahiah, Judah, and Eleazar; among the singers also, Eliashib; and among the porters, Shallum, and Telem, and Uri; And of Israel, among the children of Pharosh, Remiah, Jeziah, Malchiah, Miamin, Eleazar, Malchiah, and Benaiah. Among the children of Elam, Mathaniah, Zachary, Jehiel, Abdi, Jerimoth, and Eliah. Among the children of Zatu, Elionai, Eliashib, Mattaniah, Jerimoth, Zabad, and Azizah. Among the children of Bebai, Johanan, Hananiah, Zabai, and Atlai. Among the children of Beni, Meshulam, Maluk, Adiah, Jashub, Saul, and Jerimoth. Among the children of the captain Moab, Adnah, Kolal, Benaiah, Masiah, Mattaniah, Bezalel, Benui, and Manasseh. Among the children of Harim, Eleazar, Jeziah, Malchiah, Shemaiah, and Simeon, Benjamin, Maluk, and Shemariah. Among the children of Hashum, Mathaniah, Mattatha, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jeremy, Manasseh, and Shimei. Among the children of Bani, Madai, Amram, Huel, Banea, Keluhi, Badiah, Vania, Marimoth, and Eliashib. Vania. Hovanes. I think Vania. I know today at least Vania is a nickname of John, or a rendering of John. Somewhere. Armenia, something like that. Vania. Hovanes, Johans, all those different ones. Okay, I got distracted. I just noticed it. Vania, Merimoth, and Eliashib, Mattanai, Jaisai, Bani, Beni, Shemaiah, Shelemiah, Nathan, and Adiah, Machnedbai, Sasai, Sarai, Azarel, Shelemiah, Shamariah, Shalom, Amariah, and Joseph. Among the children of Nebo, Jehiel, Mattathiah, Zabad, Zabina, Jadai, Joel, and Benaiah. All these had taken strange wives. And among the same, there were some that had children by the wives. What an interesting shape here. Two half lines by themselves. The end of the book of Ezra. Now we have the second book of Ezra, also called Nehemiah. Chapter 1, Nehemiah, butler or cupbearer. Butler means, keeper of the bottles. Bottler. To the king Artaxerxes, prayeth to God for the people. The words of Nehemiah the son of Hakaliah. It fortuned in the month Kislew, in the 20th year, that I was in the castle at Shushan, and Hanani, one of my brethren, came with certain men of Judah. And I asked them how the Jews did that were delivered and escaped from the captivity, and how it went at Jerusalem. And they said unto me, the remnant of the captivity are there in the land in great misfortune and rebuke. The wall of Jerusalem also is broken down, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire. Burnt. That's pretty common spelling of burnt, B-R-E-N-T, Brent. It fortuned that when I heard these words, I sat me down and wept, and mourned certain days, and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven, and said, O Lord God of heaven, thou great and terrible God, thou that keepest covenant and mercy for them that loveth thee, and observe thy commandments, let thine ears hearken, I beseech thee, and let thine ears be open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray now before thee, day and night. 4. The children of Israel thy servants, and acknowledge the sins of the children of Israel, which they have sinned against thee. They put the comma on the wrong side of the F. Day and night, 4. I and my father's house have sinned. We have been utterly dispersed from thy law, and have not kept the commandments, statutes, and laws which thou commandedst thy servant Moses. I beseech thee, call to remembrance the words that thou commandedst thy servant Moses, and saidst, You will transgress, and I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But if you turn unto me, and keep my commandments, and do them, though you were cast out unto the uttermost part of heaven, yet will I gather you from thence, and will bring you unto the place that I have chosen to set my name there. They are thy servants and thy people, whom thou hast delivered through thy great power and in thy mighty hand. O Lord, I beseech thee, let thine ear hearken to the prayer of thy servant, and to the prayer of thy servants, whose desire is to fear thy name. And let thy servant prosper this day, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man, for I was the king's butler. In the sight of this man, the king, isn't it? 2. After Nehemiah had obtained letters of Artaxerxes, he cometh to Jerusalem, and buildeth the walls. It fortuned that in the month Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, the wine stood before him, and I took up the wine, and gave it unto the king, and I was heavy in his presence. And the king said unto me, Why lookest thou so sadly, when thou art not sick? It is nothing else but that thou art heavy-hearted. And I was sore afraid, and said unto the king, God save the king's life forever. How should I not look sadly, when the city and place of my father's burial lieth waste, and the gates thereof are consumed with fire? And the king said unto me, What is then thy request? I made my prayer also to the God of heaven, and said unto the king, If it please the king, and if thy servant have found favor in thy sight, send me unto Judah, unto the city of my father's burial, that I may build it. And the king said unto me, the queen his wife sitting by him, How long shall thy journey continue, and when wilt thou come again? And it pleased the king to send me, and I set him a time, and said unto the king, If it please the king, let him give me letters to the captains which are beyond the water, that they may convey me over till I come into Judah, and letters unto Asaph the lord of the king's woods, that he may give me timber to make beams for the gates of the palace, which is hard by the house, right next to the house, and for the walls of the city, and for the house that I shall enter into. And the king gave me according to the hand of my God, which was good upon me. And when I came to the captains beyond the water, I gave them the king's letters, and the king had sent captains and horsemen with me. Sanballat also the Horonite, and Tobijah a servant, the Ammonite, heard of it, and it grieved them sore, that there was come a man which sought the wealth of the children of Israel. And I came to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days, and I gat me up in the night season, and a few men with me. Neither told I any man what God had given in my heart to do at Jerusalem. And there was not one beast with me, save it that I rode upon. And I departed in the night by the valley port, before the dragon wall, and to the dung port, and considered the walls of Jerusalem, how they were broken down, and the ports thereof consumed with the fire. And I went over unto the well port, and to the king's conduit, and there was no room for the beast that was under me to pass. Then went I on in the night by the brook side, and considered the wall, and turned back, and came home again by the valley port. And the rulers knew not whither I went, or what I did, neither did I as yet tell it unto the Jews, to the priests, to the noblemen, to the rulers, and to the other that labored in the work. Then said I unto them, Ye see the misery that we are in, how Jerusalem lieth waste, and how the gates thereof are burnt with fire. Come therefore, that we may build up the wall of Jerusalem, and that we be no more a rebuke. And I told them of the hand of my God, that it was gracious over me, and the king's words that he had spoken unto me. And they said, Let us get up and build. And they strengthened their hand to good. And when Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobijah the servant, an Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian heard it, they laughed us to scorn, and mocked us, and said, What is this that ye do? Will ye fall away from the king? Then answered I them, and said, The God of heaven, he it is that hath granted us prosperity, and we be his servants. Let us get up and build. As for you, ye have no portion, nor right, nor remembrance in Jerusalem. 3. The number of them that builded the walls. And Eliashib the high priest gave him up with his brethren the priests. Gat him up with his brethren the priests, and they builded the sheep gate. They repaired it, and set up the doors of it, even unto the tower Maya repaired they it, and unto the tower of Hananiel. Next unto him also builded the men of Jericho, and beside him builded Sakur the son of Omri. But the fish port did the children of Senah build, which also laid the beams thereof, and set on the doors, locks, and bars of it. And next unto him builded Merimoth the son of Uriah, the son of Hakkoz. And next unto them builded Meshullam the son of Berechiah, the son of Meshezabel. And next unto him builded Zadok the son of Bana. And next unto him builded they of Tekoa. But the great men that were among them put not their necks to the work of their Lord. The old gate builded Jehoiada the son of Paseah. and Meshulam, the son of Besodiah. They laid the beams thereof, and set on the doors, locks, and bars of it. Next unto them builded Malatiah of Gibeon, and Jadon of Marano, men of Gibeon, and of Mizpah, where he that was captain on this side the water had a mansion. Next unto him builded Uzziel, the son of Harhiah, the goldsmith. Next unto him also builded Hananiah, the son of I think this is Rakaim. You can take off the ha, the son of Rakaim. Actually, I think this is the who is this? This in the King James. This is not a name. I forget. Let me see. Oh, I don't have it. Some kind of, like, maybe a silversmith? No, that's not it. Hananiah, the son of the Rakaim, or Rakaim. And they repaired Jerusalem unto the broad wall. Next unto them builded Raphiah, the son of Hur, the ruler of the half part of Jerusalem. Next unto him builded Jediah, the son of Harumaph, over against his house. And next unto him builded Hattush, the son of Hasabniah. But Melchiah, the son of Harim, and Hashub, the son of the captain of Moab, builded the other piece, and the tower beside the furnaces. Next unto him builded Shallum, a singer's son, the ruler of the half part of Jerusalem, he and his daughters. And I could just look this up in the King James, but without verse numbers, I have to do a little bit of seeking through. It's not very quick. I could search for. Oh, I have to find out now. I can search for Harumaph. That's a pretty unique name. Okay. The Rakaim. Those are the apothecaries. Hananiah, the son of one of the apothecaries. Okay, there we go. Mystery solved. The valley gate builded Hanun, and the citizens of Zanoah. They builded it, and set on the doors, locks, and bars thereof, and 1,000 cubits on the wall, until the dung port. But the dung port builded Melchiah, the son of Rechab, the ruler of the fourth part of Beth-Karem. Beth-Karem. He repaired it, and set on the doors, locks, and bars thereof. And this fourth part, this might be literally like a quarter, one of the quarters of the city, kind of thing, the way we would use it today. But the well gate repaired Shallum, the son of Kolhozah, the ruler of the fourth part of Mizpah. Oh, there that is again. King James, it's just part of Mizpah and part of Beth Hakarim. Okay. He builded it, and laid the beams, and set on the doors, locks, and bars thereof, and the wall unto the pool of Siloah, by the king's garden, and unto the steps that go down from the city of David. After him builded Nehemiah, the son of Asbok, the ruler of the half part of Bethsur, until the other side, over against the sepulchres of David, and to the pool that was repaired, and unto the house of the mighty. Oh, the house of the mighty, what's that? Oh, that's the King James saying too. Wonder what that is. Okay. What happened? Okay. All right. After him builded the Levites, Rechum the son of Bani, and next unto him builded Hasabiah, the ruler of the half part of Keilah, in his quarter. After him builded their brethren, Bavai the son of Henadad, the ruler of the half part of Keilah, and after him builded Ezra, the son of Jesua, the ruler of Mitzpah, the other piece, hard over against the going up to the house of ordinance that was in the corner. Okay. Again, after him brake forth Baruch, the son of Zakkai, of indignation, and repaired the other piece from the turning corner unto the door of the house of Eliashib the high priest. Indignation or zeal. Break forth of zeal, or out of zeal. After him builded Merimoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Hakkoz, the other piece, from the door of the house of Eliashib, even as long as the house of Eliashib extended. After him builded the priests, the men of the plain. After him builded Benjamin and Hashub over against their house, and after him wrought Azariah the son of Maaseiah the son of Ananiah next unto his house. After him also builded Benui the son of Ben-Hadad, or Ben-Hadad, the other piece, from the house of Azariah unto the turning of the wall, and unto the corner. After him builded Palah the son of Uzai over against the corner and the high tower, which lieth out over from the king's house, that was beside the court of the prison. After him Pedaiah the son of Parosh. As for the Netinims, they dwelt in the stronghold unto the water gate toward the east, and to the tower that lieth out. After him builded they of Tekoa the other piece over against the great tower that lieth outward unto the wall of the stronghold. But from above the horse gate forth builded the priests, every one over against his house. And after them builded Zadok the son of Emer over against his house. After him builded also Shemaiah the son of Zechaniah, the keeper of the east gate. After him builded Hananiah the son of Shelemiah, and Hanun the son of Zalaph the sixth. Oh, this phrase, the son of Zalaph the sixth. This is the sixth son of Zalaph. Son the sixth of Zalaph. Which is interesting. He builded the other piece. And after him builded Meshullam the son of Barachiah over against his storehouse. After him builded Malchiah the goldsmith's son until the house of the Netinims and of the merchants over against the gate of Mephkad, and to the parlor in the corner. And between the parlor of the corner unto the sheep gate, where we started, builded the goldsmiths and the merchants. 4. The sheep gate. Wow, wait a minute. That's an interesting place to start and end, isn't it? The gate of the sheep. Wow. I'll be right back, sorry. Okay. All right, Nehemiah chapter 4. So, go. The building of Jerusalem is hindered and let, but the Jews build it, being ready harnessed, lest their enemies should invade them. Ready harnessed, ready equipped, ready armed even. But when Sanballat heard that we builded the wall, he was wroth in himself, and took great indignation, and mocked the Jews, and said before his brethren and the soldiers of Samaria, What do these impotent Jews? Will the heathen suffer them? Shall they offer? Shall they perform it in one day? Shall they make the stones whole again that are brought to dust and burnt? And Tobiah the Ammonite was beside him, and said, Though they build, yet if a fox go up, he shall break down their stony wall. Hear, O thou our God, for we are despised. Turn their shame upon their own head, and give them over into despising in the land of their captivity. Oh, even these officers are captives, aren't they? They're bondmen. Cover not their wickedness, and let not their sin be put out in thy presence, for they have provoked the builders. And so builded we the wall. And it was joined whole together unto the half height thereof, and the people were minded to labor. Write this down. And it fortuned that when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians, Ammonites, and Ashdodites heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up, and that the gaps began to be stopped, they were very wroth and conspired all together to come and fight against Jerusalem and to make the people an hindrance therein. Okay. Nevertheless, we made our prayer unto our God and set watchmen by them, which builded day and night over against them. And Judah said, the strength of the bearers is too feeble, and there is yet much mortar, and we are not able to build on the wall. And our adversaries said, they shall not know neither see, till we come in the midst among them and slay them, and hinder the work. But it fortuned that when the Jews which dwelt beside them came, they told us as good as 10 times, that in all places where ye go unto, they are appointed to fall upon us. They warned us where the traps were set. The Jews came and told us, 10 times at least. Therefore set I the people after their kindreds, with their swords, spears, and bows, beneath in the low places behind the wall. And I looked, and gat me up, and said unto the chief men, to the rulers, and to the other people, be not ye afraid of them, but think rather upon the great Lord, which ought to be feared, and fight for your brethren, your sons, your daughters, your wives, and your houses. Nevertheless it chanced that when our enemies heard, it's a lot of these, it's an O with an R above it, stands for O-U-R, that when our enemies heard that we had gotten word of it, God brought their counsel to naught, and we turned all again to the wall, every one unto his labor. And from that time forth it came to pass that the half part of the young men did the labor, and the other half part of them held the spears, shields, bows, and breastplates. And the rulers stood behind all the house of Judah, which builded on the wall, and bare burdens from those that laded them. Bare burdens from those that laded them with the burdens. With one hand did every one his work, and with the other held he his weapon. And every one that builded had his sword girt by his thigh, and so builded they, and the trumpet blew beside me. And I said unto the principal men, to the rulers, and to the other people, the work is great and large, and we are separated upon the wall, one far from another. Look, in what place therefore ye hear the noise of the trumpet, resort ye thither unto us, and our God shall fight for us, and we will be laboring in the work. And the half part of them held the spears from the morning spring till the stars came forth. And at the same time said I unto the people, every one abide with the servant at Jerusalem, that in the night season we may watch and labor in the daytime. As for me and my brethren, my servants, and the men of the watch which were behind me, we put never off our clothes, no more than the other did their harness, or their weapons, save only because of the water. That is, except when it got wet, or to wash them, save only by cause of the water. And I think that's the same wording as the King James. Saving that everyone put them off for washing. Okay, 5. The people are vexed with hunger. He requireth not the living of a captain. Or Nehemiah doesn't require. And there arose a great complaint of the people and of their wives against their brethren the Jews, for there were some that said, our sons and daughters and we are too many, therefore will we take corn for them, that we may eat and live. Some also there were that said, let us set our lands, vineyards, and houses to pledge, and take up corn in the dearth. But some there were that said, let us borrow money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Behold, our bodies as the bodies of our brethren, and our children as their children, Else should we subdue our sons and daughters unto bondage, and some of our daughters are subdued unto bondage already, and no strength is there in our hands, and other men have our lands and vineyards. And when I heard their complaint and such words, it displeased me sore. And I advised so in my mind, that I rebuked the counselors and the rulers, and said unto them, Every one of you is too chargeable unto his brethren, charging too much, or taking too much liberty of them, to lay charges on them. Okay. I advised so in my mind. I think that's like resolved. Because earlier I saw the phrase, take advisement within thyself. Resolve within yourself, perhaps. That I rebuked the counselors and the rulers, and said unto them, Every one of you is too chargeable unto his brother. And I brought a great congregation against them, and said unto them, We, after our ability, have brought our brethren the Jews which were sold unto the heathen. And will ye sell your brethren again unto the heathen, after that ye have been sold unto us? Then held they their peace, and could find nothing to answer. And Nehemiah said, It is not good that you do. Ought ye not to walk in the fear of God, because of the rebuke of the heathen that are our enemies? I and my brethren and my servants do lend them money and corn, but as for usury, let us leave it, let us leave off. Therefore this same day I pray you, see that you restore them their lands again, their vineyards, oil gardens, or olive yards, and their houses, and remit the 100th part of the money of the corn, wine, and oil that ye have won, or taken of them. Then said they, We will restore them again, and will require nothing of them, and will do as thou hast spoken. Then said they, We will restore them again, as thou hast spoken. And I called the priests, and took an oath of them, that they should do so. And I shook my lap. That is to say, kind of the skirts of his garment. That's what lap means. Earlier we saw David cut off a piece of Saul's lap, meaning the lap of his garment, his skirts in the King James. And then when you see gathering fruits, someone gathering fruits, his lap full, it's his kind of his shirt full, Okay. I shook my lap, and said, God shake out every man after the same manner from his house and labor, that maintaineth not this word, even thus be he shaken out and void. And all the congregation said, Amen, and praised the Lord. And the people did so. And from that time forth that the king committed unto me to be a captain of them that were in the land of Judah, even from the 20th year unto the 32 year of King Artaxerxes, that is 12 years, I with my brethren lived not of such sustenance as was given to a captain. For the old captains that were before me had been chargeable unto the people, and laid great charges on the people, and had taken of them bread and wine, and 40 shekels of silver. Yea, and their servants had oppressed the people. But so did not I, and that because of the fear of God. But I labored also in the work upon the wall, and bought no land. And all my servants came thither together unto the work. Moreover, there were at my table 150 of the Jews and rulers, which came unto me from among the heathen that are about us, and there were prepared for me daily an ox and 6 chosen sheep and birds, and ever once in 10 days a great sum of wine. Yet required not I the living of a captain, for the bondage was grievous unto the people. Think upon me, my God, unto the best, according to all that I have done for this people. So he took provisions from the from outside of the city, rather than the people that were in the city, essentially. 6. But not much, comparatively. 6. The building is yet again hindered and left off of building. And when Sanballat, Tobijah, and Gesem the Arabian, and the other of our enemies heard that I had builded the wall, and that there were no more gaps therein, howbeit at the same time had I not hanged the doors upon the gates, Sanballat and Geshem sent unto me, saying, Come, that we may meet and take counsel together in the villages that are in the plain of the city Ono. Nevertheless they thought to do me evil. And I sent messengers unto them, saying, I have a great business to do, and I cannot come down. I'm too busy. The work should stand still if I were negligent and came down to you. Oh, there's negligent spelled with a C again. I guess that's common. Howbeit, they sent unto me as good as 4 times after the same manner, and I gave them the same answer. Then said Sanballat his servant again unto me the 5th time, or Sanballat's servant, with an open letter in his hand, wherein was written, It is told the heathen, and Geshem hath said it, that thou and the Jews think to rebel, for the which cause thou buildest the wall, that thou mayest be their king in these matters, and hast ordained the prophets to preach of thee at Jerusalem, and to say, He is king of Judah. And now shall this come to the king's ears. Come now, therefore, and let us take our counsel together. And I sent unto him, saying, There is no such things done as thou sayest, for thou feignest them out of thine own heart. For they were all minded to make us afraid, saying, They shall withdraw their hands from the work, that it shall not be finished. Howbeit, I strengthened my hand the more. And I came unto the house of Shemaiah the son of Deliah, the son of Mehatabel, and he had shut himself within, and said, Let us come together into the house of God, even unto the midst of the temple, and shut the doors of the temple, for they will come to slay thee. Yea, even in the night will they come to put thee to death. And I said, Should any such man as I flee? Who is that, being as I am, that will go into the temple to save his life? I will not go in. And I perceived that God had not sent him. Yet spake he prophecy unto me. Nevertheless, Tobijah and Sanballat had hired him for money. Therefore took he the money, that through fear I should do and sin, that they might have an evil report of me, to blaspheme me. My God, think thou upon Tobiah and Sanballat according unto these their works, and of the prophet Noadiah, and of the other prophets that would have put me in fear. And the wall was finished on the 25th day of the month Elul in 52 days. And when all our enemies heard thereof, all the heathen that were about us were afraid, and their courage failed them, and they perceived that this work came of our God. And at the same time were there many of the chief of Judah, whose letters went unto Tobiah, and again from Tobiah unto them, for there were many in Judah that were sworn unto him, for he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah the son of Ara, and his son Jonathan had the daughter of Meshullam the son of Barachiah. And they spake good of him before me, and told him my words. And Tobiah sent letters to put me in fear. They were conspiring against him within the city. 7. After the wall once builded is the watch appointed. They that returned from the captivity are numbered. Now, when the wall was builded, I hanged on the doors also, and the porters, singers, and Levites were appointed. And I commanded my brother Hanani, and Hananiah the ruler of the castle at Jerusalem, for he was a faithful man, and feared God, more than did many other. And I said unto them, Let not the gates of Jerusalem be opened until the sun be hot. And while they were standing in the watch, they shut the doors and barred them. And we appointed certain citizens of Jerusalem appointed to be watchmen, every one to keep his watch, and every one to be over against his house. As for the city, it was large of room and great, but the people were few therein, and the houses were not builded. And my God gave me in my heart that I gathered together the principal men and the officers and the people to number them. And I found a register of the number of them which came up before out of the captivity, and found written therein, these are the sons of the land, that went up from the captivity of the carrying away, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had brought away, and came again to Jerusalem and Judah, every one unto his city. The exiled people who returned. They which came up with Zerubbabel, they which came with him, are these: Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Nahamani, Mordecai, Belsam, Mizperah, Bigvai, Naham, and Bana. This is the number of the men of the people of Israel. The children of Parosh were 2,102 and 70. The children of Shephatiah, 302 and 70. The children of Ara, 602 and 50. The children of the captain of Moab among the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. The children of Elam, 1,204 and 50. The children of Zattua, 805 and 40. The children of Zakkai, 703 score. The children of Banui, 608 and 40. The children of Bebai, 608 and 20. The children of Azgad, 2,302 and 20. The children of Adonikam, 603 score and 7. The children of Begvai, 2,003 score and 7. The children of Adin, 605 and 50. The children of Ater of Hezekiah, 8 and 90. The children of Hashem, 308 and 20. The children of Bezai, 304 and 20. The children of Harif, 112. The children of Gibeon, 90 and 5. The children of... Whoa, that felt backwards. 5 and 90. The men of Bethlehem and Netopha, 104 score and 8. The men of Anathoth, 108 and 20. The men of Beth Asmaveth, 2 and 40. The men of Kiriath Jearim, Kaphir and Beeroth, 703 and 40. The men of Ramah and Geba, 601 and 20. The men of Michmash, 102 and 20. The men of Bethel and Ai, 103 and 20. The men of Nebo, 102 and 50. The children of the other Elam, 1,204 and 50. The children of Harim, 320. The children of Jericho, 305 and 40. The children of Lo, Hadid, and Ono, 701 and 20. The children of Zana, 3,930. The priests, the children of Jediah of the house of Jeshua, 903 and 70. The children of Emer, 1,002 and 50. The children of Pashur, 1,207 and 40. The children of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the children of Jeshua, of Kadmiel, and of the children of Hodva, 4 and 70. The singers, the children of Asaph, 108 and 40. The porters, the children of Shalom, the children of Ater, the children of Taman, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobai, altogether 108 and 30. The Netinims, the children of Ziha, the children of Hasupha, the children of Tabaoth, the children of Keros, the children of Sire, the children of Padron, the children of Lebanon, the children of Hagabah, the children of Shammai, the children of Hanan, the children of Gedor, the children of Gahar, the children of Reiah, the children of Redzin, the children of Nekoda, the children of Gazam, the children of Uzzah, the children of Pasea, the children of Bezai, the children of Mayunim, the children of Nephusim, the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakupha, the children of Hachur, the children of Bazlith, the children of Mahidah, the children of Harsa, the children of Barkosh, the children of Thesira, the children of Tama, the children of Naziah, the children of Hatifa, the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Shotai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Perida, the children of Jala, the children of Darkon, the children of Gedod, the children of Shaphatiah, the children of Hatil, the children of Pokereth and Zebaim, the children of Ammon, all these Netinims, and the children of Solomon's servants were 390 and 2. And these, maybe 90 always precedes the ones. And these went up also of Tel-Melah, Tel-Harsa, Kerub, Adon, and Emer. But they could not show their father's house nor their seed, and that they were of Israel. The children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, and the children of Nekodah, 602 and 40. And of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Hakos, the children of Barzillai, which took one of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite to wife, and was named after their name. These sought their writing in the register of their generation, but they were not found. Therefore they were put from the priesthood. And the Tirshatha said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy till there came up a priest which should wear Urim and Thummim. And so the whole congregation together was 42,303 score, beside their servants and maids, of whom there were 7,307 and 30. And they had 207 and 40 singing men and women. their horses 736 and their mules 205 the camels 405 6,720 asses also. And certain of the ancient fathers or elders gave unto the work. Certain of the ancient fathers gave unto the work. The Tirshatha gave to the treasure or treasury. A 1,000 pieces of gold, 50 basins, 530 priests' garments. And some of the chief fathers gave unto the treasure of the work 20,000 pieces of gold and 2,200 pounds of silver. And the other people gave 20,000 pieces of gold and 2,000 pounds of silver and 7 priests' garments. And the priests and Levites, the porters and the singers and the other of the people, and the Nethinims and all Israel dwelt in their cities. And the 7th month came, and the children of Israel were in their cities. 8. Ezra gathereth together the people, and readeth to them the law. They keep the Feast of Tabernacles, or booths. And all the people gathered themselves together as one man in the street that was before the water gate. And they said unto Ezra the scribe that he should fetch the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord commanded to Israel. And Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could understand did hearken unto it upon the 1st day of the 7th month. And he read therein in the street that was before the water gate, from the morning until the noonday. Which noonday is maybe around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, by the way. So this was all day, before men and women that did hearken unto it, or hearken to it. And the ears of all the people were inclined unto the book of the law. And Ezra the scribe stood up upon an high pulpit of wood that they had made for the preaching. And beside him stood Mattathiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, and Maaseiah on his right hand. And on his left hand stood Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchiah, Hashum, Hasabdana, Zachary, and Meshullam. And Ezra opened the book before the people, for he stood above all the people. And when he opened it, all the people stood up. And Ezra praised the Lord, the great God. And all the people answered, Amen, Amen, with their hands up, and bowed themselves and worshipped the Lord, falling down upon their faces to the ground. And Jesua, Bani, Sarabiah, Jamin, Akub, Sabbatai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Josabad, Hanan, Peliah, and the Levites caused the people to give heed unto the law. And the people stood in their place. And they read in the book of the law of God distinctly and plainly, such that men understood the thing that was read. And Nehemiah, which is the Tirshatha, and Ezra the priest and scribe, and the Levites that caused the people to take heed, said unto all the people, This day is holy unto the Lord your God. Be not ye sorry, and weep not. For all the people wept when they heard the words of the law. And he said unto them, Go your way, and eat the fat, and drink the sweet, and send part, or portions, unto them also that have not prepared themselves, for this day is holy unto our God. Be not ye sorry, therefore, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. And the Levites stilled all the people, and said, Hold your peace, for the day is holy. Vex not ye yourselves. And all the people went their way to eat and drink, and to send part unto other, portions unto each other, and to make great mirth, because they had understood the words that were declared unto them. And on the next day were gathered together the chief fathers among all the people, and the priests and Levites, unto Ezra the scribe, that they might understand the words of the law. And they found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded by Moses, that the children of Israel should dwell in booths in the feast of the 7th month, and that they should cause it to be declared and proclaimed in all their cities. And throughout Jerusalem, saying, Go forth unto the mount, and fetch olive branches, pine branches, myrtle branches, palm branches, and branches of thick trees to make booths, as it is written. And so the people went forth and fetched them, and made them booths, every one upon the roof of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the street by the water gate. and in the street by Port Ephraim. And all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity made booths, and sat under the booths. For since the time of Joshua the son of Nun unto this day had not the children of Israel done so, and there was very great gladness. And every day from the first day unto the last read Ezra in the book of the law of God, and 7 days held they the feast, and on the 8th day the gathering together, according unto the manner, or ordinance. 9. The people repent and forsake their strange wives. Ezra reciteth the benefits of God and the sins of the people. In the 24th day of this month came the children of Israel together again, with fasting and sackcloths, and earth upon them, dust on their heads. And they that were of the seed of Israel were separated from all the strange children of strangers, and stood and acknowledged their sins and the wickednesses of their fathers, and stood up in their place, and read in the book of the law of the Lord their God 4 times on the day. 4 times on the day, which is to say, in the King James, this is a fourth of the day. So maybe they read in the book all 4 quarters of the day. That seems to be what it's indicating. All 4 quarters of the day. 4 times on the day. And they acknowledged and worshipped the Lord their God 4 times on the day. And the Levites stood on high, namely Jesua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shabaniah, Buni, Sarabiah, Bani, and Kanani, and cried loud unto the Lord their God. And the Levites, Jesua and Kadmiel, Bani and Hasabniah, Sarabiah and Hodiah, Sebaniah and Pathahiah said, Stand up and praise the Lord your God forever, and let thanks be given unto the name of thy glory, which excelleth all thanksgiving and praise. Thou art God alone, thou art Lord alone. Thou hast made heaven and the heaven of all heavens, with all their host, the earth and all things that are therein, the sea and all that is therein, and thou preservest them all. And the host of heaven worshippeth thee. Thou art the Lord God that hast chosen Abram, and broughtest him out of Ur of Chaldea, and calledst him Abraham, and foundest his heart faithful before thee, and madest a covenant with him to give unto his seed the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Jebusites, and Girgashites, and hast made good thy words. For thou art righteous, and hast considered the misery of our fathers in Egypt, and heard their complaint by the Red Sea, and showed tokens and wonders upon Pharaoh and on all his servants, and on all the people of his land. For thou knewest that they were presumptuous and cruel against them, and so madest thou thee a name, as it is this day. And the Red Sea didst thou divide in sunder before them, such that they went through the midst of the sea dry-shod, and their persecutors threwest thou into the deep as a stone in the mighty waters, and leddest them on the daytime in a cloudy pillar, and on the night season in a pillar of fire, to show them light in the way that they went. I was ready to, after, the deep waters, I was ready to read dry land after that. Led them on the dry land, led them on the daytime. Okay. Gershites. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and spakest unto them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments, true laws, good commandments, and statutes, and declaredst unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandedst them precepts, ordinances, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant, and gavest them bread from heaven when they were hungry, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock when they were thirsty, and promisedst to them that they should go in and take possession of the land over which thou hadst lift up thine hand for to give them. Lift up thy hand to swear that you would give them. But they and our fathers were proud and hard-necked, such that they followed not the commandments. Followed not? the commandments, and would not obey, neither were mindful of the wonders that thou didst for them, but became obstinate and heady, insomuch that they turned back to their bondage for their disobedience. And thou, my God, forgavest, and wast gracious, merciful, patient, and of great goodness, and forsookest them not. And though they made a molten calf, and said, This is thy gods that brought thee out of the land of Egypt, and did great blasphemies, yet forsookest thou them not in the wilderness, according to thy great mercy. And a cloudy pillar departed not from them on the daytime to lead them the way, neither the pillar of fire in the night season to show them light in the way that they went. And thou gavest them thy good spirit to inform them, and withheldest not thy manna from their mouth, and gavest them water when they were thirsty. 40 years long madest thou provision for them in the wilderness, such that they lacked nothing. Their clothes waxed not old, and their feet swelled not. And thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and partedst them according to their portions, such that they possessed the land of Sihon king of Heshbon, and the land of Og the king of Bashan, and their children multipliedst thou as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them into the land whereof thou hadst spoken unto their fathers. That they should go into it, and have it in possession. And the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduedst before them the inhabitants of the land, even the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hand, with their kings and the people of the land, that they might do with them what they would. And they won, or took, their strong cities, and a fat land, and took possession of houses that were full of all manner of goods, wells digged out, vineyards, oil gardens, and many fruitful trees. And they did eat, and were filled, and became fat, and lived in wealth through thy great goodness. Nevertheless they were disobedient, and rebelled against thee, and cast thy law behind their backs, and slew thy prophets, which exhorted them earnestly that they should bring them again unto thee. That they might bring them again unto thee, and did great blasphemies. I didn't predict correctly where this exhortation would go. Which exhorted them earnestly that they might bring them again unto thee, and did great blasphemies. Therefore thou gavest them over into the hand of their enemies that vexed them. And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and through thy great mercy thou gavest them saviors, which helped them out of the hand of their enemies. But when they came to rest, they turned back again to do evil before thee. Therefore leftest thou them in the hand of their enemies, such that they had the dominion over them. And when they converted and cried unto thee, and thou heardest them from heaven, and many times hast thou delivered them according to thy great mercy, and testifiedst unto them, that thou mightest bring them again unto thy law. And when they converted and cried unto thee, I think there's an extra and here. When they converted and cried unto thee, and thou heardest, many times hast thou delivered them. Maybe. That thou mightest bring them again unto thy law. Notwithstanding, they were proud, and hearkened not unto thy commandments, but sinned in thy laws. In regard to thy laws, which if a man do, he shall live in them. And turned the shoulder away, and were stiff-necked, and would not hear. Let's see. Okay. And many years didst thou forbear them, and testifiedst unto them through thy Spirit, even by the hand of thy prophets, and yet would they not hear. Therefore gavest thou them into the hand of the nations in the lands, and for thy great mercy's sake thou hast not utterly consumed them, neither forsaken them, for thou art a gracious and merciful God. Now therefore, our God, thou great God, mighty and terrible, thou that keepest covenant and mercy, regard not a little all the travail that hath happened unto us, and our kings, our princes, our priests, our prophets, and our fathers, and all thy people, since the time of the kings of Ashur unto this day. And truly, And truly thou art just in all that thou hast brought upon us, for thou hast done right. As for us, we have been ungodly, and our kings and our princes, our priests and our fathers have not done after thy law, nor regarded thy commandments and thy earnest exhortations, wherewith thou hast exhorted them. And they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goods that thou gavest them, and in the large and plenteous land which thou gavest before them, and have not converted from their wicked works. Behold, we are in bondage this day, and so is the land that thou gavest unto our fathers, to enjoy the fruits and goods thereof. Behold, there are we bondmen, and great is the increase of it unto the kings whom thou hast set over us. Okay. Great is the increase of the fruits which we render unto the kings whom thou hast set over us because of our sins, and they have dominion over our bodies and cattle, even as they will themselves. And we are in great trouble. And in all this make we a sure covenant and write it, and our princes, Levites, and priests seal unto it. 10. The names of them that sealeth the covenant between God and the people. The sealers were Nehemiah, that is, the Tirshatha, the son of Hakaliah, and Zedekiah. Son of Hakaliah. And Zedekiah, Sariah, Azariah, and Jeremy, Pashur, Amariah, Malchiah, Hattush, Sebaniah, Maluk, Harim, Merimoth, and Obadiah. Daniel, Genathon, spelled Genthon, but I believe it's Genathon. And Baruch, Meshullam, Abijah, and Miyamin, Maaseiah, Bilgai, and Shemaiah. These were priests. The Levites were Jeshua, the son of Azaniah, Azariah, Benui among the children of Henadad, and Kadmiel, and their brethren Shechaniah, Hodiah, Kelita, Pelai, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, and Hasabiah, Shakur, Sherebiah, Sabaniah, Hodiah, Bani, and Benui, or Beninu. It's Beninu. The heads of the people were Pharez, which I think is Parosh, the captain of Moab, Elam, Zatu, and Bani, Boni, Asgad, Bebai, Adonijah, Bigvai, Adan, Ater, Hezekiah, Asher, or maybe it's Answer, Hodiah, Hashum, Bedzai, Harib, or Harif, Anathoth, and Nebai, Magphias, Meshulam, Hetzir. This might be Edzer. Etzir, Meshezabel, Zadok, Jadua, Palatiah, Hanan, Anaiah, Hosea, Hananiah, Hashub, Halohesh, Paleah, Zobek, Rehum, Hasebna, Maaseiah, Ahijah, Hanan, and Anan, Maluk, Harim, and Bana, and the other people, the priests, Levites, porters, singers, Netinims, and all they that had separated themselves from the people in the lands unto the law of God, with their wives, their sons, and their daughters, and as many as could understand, and their lords that had rule of them received it for their brethren. And they came to swear and to bind themselves with an oath to walk in God's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of God, and that they would observe and do according unto all the commandments, judgments, and statutes of the Lord our God, and that we would not give our daughters unto the people of the land, neither to take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land brought wares on the Sabbath, and all manner of victuals to sell, that we would not take it of them on the Sabbath and on the holy days. And that we would not let the seventh year, and that we would let the seventh year be free concerning all manner of charge. And we decreed a statute upon ourselves to give yearly the third part of a shekel to the ministration in the house of our God, to the showbread, to the daily meat offering, to the daily burnt offering of the Sabbaths, of the new moons and feast days, and to the things that were sanctified, and to the offerings of atonement, to reconcile Israel withal, and to all the business in the house of our God. Offerings of atonement to reconcile Israel withal. And we cast the lot among the priests, Levites, and the people for offerings of the wood to be brought unto the house of our God from year to year, after the houses of our fathers, that it might be burnt at times appointed upon the altar of the Lord God, as it is written in the law, and to bring the firstlings of our land and the firstlings of our fruits of all trees year by year unto the house of the Lord, and the firstlings of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our oxen and of our sheep, which we should bring to the house of our God unto the priests that minister in the house of our God, and that we should bring the firstlings of our dough and of our heave offerings, and the fruits of all manner of trees, of wine also, and of oil, unto the priests, to the chests of the house of our God, and the tithes of our land unto the Levites, that the Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our ministration. So we cast lots after the houses of our fathers. And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall with the Levites have also of the tithes of the Levites, such that the Levites shall bring up the tithes of their tithes unto the house of our God, to the storehouses and to the treasure houses. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall bring up the heave offerings of the corn, wine, and oil unto the storehouses, there as are the vessels of that sanctuary, or in the same place as are the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests that minister, and the porters and singers, that we forsake not the house of our God. There's whereas, there's also thereas, in the same place as. And sometimes the phrase whereas is even used in this sense, in the same place as. So that's a little bit tricky too. 11. Who dwelt in Jerusalem after it was builded, and who in the cities of Judah? And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem. The other people also cast lots, that among 10 one part should go to Jerusalem into the holy city to dwell, and 9 parts to be in the cities around it. And the people thanked all the men that were willing to dwell at Jerusalem. These are the heads of the land that dwelt in Jerusalem, and in the cities of Judah, every one in his possession, and in their cities. They of Israel, the priests, Levites, the Nethinims, and the children of Solomon's servants. And at Jerusalem dwelt certain of the children of Judah and of Benjamin. Of the children of Judah, Athaiah, the son of Uzziah, the son of Zachary, the son of Amariah, the son of Shaphatiah, the son of Mahalaleel, of the children of Pharez, and Maaseiah, the son of Baruch, the son of Calhose, the son of Hasai, the son of Adiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zachary, the son of Shiloni. All these were the children of Pharez that dwelt at Jerusalem, even 468 valiant men. 468. These are the children of Benjamin: Shalu, the son of Meshullam, the son of Joed, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Koliah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of, I like to pronounce that as Maaseiah, the son of Etiel, the son of Ezai, and after him Gabai, Salai, 928. And Joel the son of Zichri had the oversight of them, and Judah the son of Senva was next over the city. Of the priests, Jedaiah the son of Joiarib, Jachin, Sariah the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Marioth, the son of Ahitub, was the prince in the house of God, and his brethren that performed the work in the temple, 822. And Adiah the son of Jeroham, the son of Palaliel, the son of Amzi, the son of Zachary, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchiah, and his brethren, chief among the fathers, 242. And Amasai, the son of Azarel, the son of Ahasai, the son of Meshillemoth, the son of Emer, and his brethren were valiant men, 128, and their overseer was Zabdiel, a son of one of the great men. Of the Levites, Shemaiah the son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hasabiah, the son of Buni, and Sabbatai and Jozabad, of the chief of the Levites, had the oversight of the outward business of the house of God. And Mattaniah, the son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, was the principal to begin the thanksgiving and prayer. And Bakbukiah, the second among his brethren, and Abda, the son of Shammua, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun. All the Levites in the holy city were 284. The porters Akub and Talmon, and their brethren that kept the ports, were 172. As for the residue, or remnant of Israel, the priests and Levites, they were in all the cities of Judah, every one in his inheritance. And the Netinims dwelt in Ophel, and Zebah and Gizpah was set over the Netinims. The overseers of the Levites at Jerusalem was Uzzi, the son of Bani, the son of Hasabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah. Of the children of Asaph, there were singers about the business in the house of God, for it was the king's commandment concerning them that the singers should deal faithfully every day as was according. And Pathiah, the son of Mezebabel, I think this is Meshezabel, of the children of Zerah, the son of Judah, next the king, in all matters concerning the people, and their villages and lands. And some of the children of Judah that were without or outside in the towns of their land dwelt in Kiriath Arba, and in the villages thereof, and at Dedon, and in the villages thereof, and at Jekabzeel, and in the villages thereof, at Jezua, Moladah, Bethphalet, in the town of Shual, Beersheba, and in their villages. Okay, this list is difficult. At Jezua, Moladah, Bethphalet, in the town of Shual. I think there's a comma missing. Beersheba, and in their villages, at Ziklag and Melkana, and in their villages, and at Enrimon, Zara, Jerimoth, Zonoah, Adulam, and in their villages. At Lachish, and in the fields thereof, at Azekah, and in the villages thereof, and they dwelt from Beersheba unto the valley of Hinnom. The children also of Benjamin of Geba dwelt at Michmash, Aya, Bethel, and in their villages, and at Anathoth, Nob, Ananiah, Hazor, Ramah, Getaim, Hadid, Zeboim, Nabaloth, Lod, and Ono, the carpenter's valley, and the Levites had possession both in Judah and in Benjamin. 12. Chapter 12 of Nehemiah, I should mention that this is Nehemiah. 12. The priests and Levites which came with Zerubbabel to Jerusalem are numbered, and the wall is dedicate. These are the priests and Levites that went up with Zerubbabel the son of Salatiel, and with Jeshua, Sariah, Jeremy, and Ezra. Amariah, Maluk, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rechum, Merimoth, Edo, Genethel, now Gentoi, Abia, Miamin, Mariah, Bilgah, Shemaiah, Joarib, Jediah, Shalu, Amok, Hilkiah, and Jediah. All these came up with Zerubbabel and Jeshua. The Levites, these were the heads among the priests and their brethren in the days of Jeshua. The Levites were these: Jeshua, Benui, Kadmiel, Sarabiah, Judah, and Mattaniah, which were over the office of thanksgiving, he and his brethren. Bakbukiah and Imni and their brethren were about them in the watches. Jeshua begat Joachim. Joachim also begat Eliashib, and Eliashib begat Joiada. Joiada begat Jonathan, and Jonathan begat Jaddua. In the days of Joachim were these the chief fathers among the priests: under Sariah, Moriah; under Jeremy, Hananiah; under Ezra, Meshullam; under Amariah, Johanan; under Miliko, Jonathan; under Shebaniah, Joseph; under Harim, Adnah; under Marioth, Hilkiah; under Edo, Zachary; under Genethon, Meshullam; under Abia, Zikri; under Minjamin and Moadiah, Piltai; under Bilgah, Shammua; under Shemaiah, Jonathan; under Joarib, Mattaniah; under Jediah, Uzzi; under Selai, Kelai; under Amok, Eber; under Hilkiah, Hasabiah; under Jediah, Nathanael. And in the time of Eliashib, Joiada, Johanan, and Jaddua were the chief fathers among the Levites and the priests, written under the reign of Darius the Persian. The children of Levi, the principal fathers, were written in the Chronicles until the time of Jonathan the son of Eliashib. And these were the chief among the Levites, Hasabai, Sarabai, and Jeshua the son of Kadmiel, and their brethren in their presence, to give praise and thanks, according as David the man of God had ordained it, one watch over against another, or across from the other. Maybe. Mathaniah, Bakbukiah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Talmon, and Akub were porters in the watch at the thresholds of the gates. And you can tell they were running out of K's, because they replaced one K with an L and another K with a B. And that was an authorized practice of the printers to make these substitutions where the name was understood, essentially. Bakbukiah, Talmon, and Akub were the porters in the watch at the thresholds of the gates. These were in the days of Joachim the son of Jeshua the son of Josedek, and in the days of Nehemiah the captain, and of the priest Ezra the scribe. And in the dedication of the wall at Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places, that they might be brought to Jerusalem to keep the dedication and gladness, with thanksgivings and singing, with cymbals, psalteries, and harps. And the children of the singers gathered themselves together from every side, out of the plain country about Jerusalem, and from the villages of Netophathi, from the house of Gilgal, and out of the countries of Geba and Asmaveth. For the singers had builded them villages round about Jerusalem. And the priests and Levites were purified, and cleansed the people, and the gates, and the wall. And I brought the princes of Judah up upon the wall, and appointed 2 great choirs of men to give thanks, which went on the right hand of the wall toward the dung gate, and after them went Hosea, and half of the princes of Judah, and Azariah, Ezra, and Meshullam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, and Jeremy, and certain of the priests' children with trumpets, namely Zachary the son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mathaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zachar, the son of Asaph, and his brother Shemaiah, Azariah, Malalai, Gilalai, Mai, Nathanael, and Judah, and Hanani, with the musical instruments of David the man of God. And Ezra the scribe went before them, and beside the well gate they went up over against them upon the steps of the city of David, at the going up of the wall beyond the house of David, unto the water gate eastward. You need a diagram for that. Not sure. The other choir of them that gave thanks went over against them, and I after them, and the half part of the people upon the wall. Unique spelling of choir, by the way. Very common spelling in here. So, get used to it. The other choir of them that gave thanks went over against them, and I after them, and the half part of the people upon the wall, beyond the furnace gate until the broad wall, and beyond the port of Ephraim, and beyond the old gate, beyond the fish gate, and the tower of Hananiel, and the tower of Meah, until the sheep gate. And they stood still in the prison gate, and so stood the 2 choirs of them that gave thanks in the house of God, and I, and the half of the rulers with me, and the priests, namely Eliakim, Maaseiah, Minjamin, Micaiah, Elionai, Zachariah, and Hananiah, with trumpets, and Maaseiah, Shemaiah, Eleazar, Uzzi, Johanan, Malchiah, Elam, and Edzer. This is Edzer, E-Z-E-R, in the King James. And the singers sang loud, having Izrahiah for their overseer. I looked this one up too. It looks like it's printed J-E-S-T, but it should be an R. So, Jezrahiah for their overseer. And the same day they offered great sacrifices and rejoiced, for God had given them great gladness, such that both the wives and children were joyful, and the mirth of Jerusalem was heard far off. At the same time were there men appointed over the treasure houses, wherein were the heave offerings, the firstlings, and the tithes, that they should gather them out of the fields about the cities, to distribute them unto the priests and Levites according to the law. For Judah was glad of the priests and Levites. They were glad of the priests and Levites that they stood and waited upon the office of their God, which is a pure office. And the singers and porters stood after the commandment of David, or according to the commandment of David and of Solomon his son. For in the time of David and Asaph were the chief singers founded, and the songs of praise and thanksgiving unto God. In the time of Zerubbabel and Nehemiah did all they of Israel give portions unto the singers and porters, every day his portion. And they gave tithes unto the Levites, and the Levites gave tithes again unto the children of Aaron. That is the 100th part, the tithe of the tithe. 13. Nehemiah 13. The law is read, and when they have heard it, they separate from them all strangers, and so forth. They separated from them. And that day did they read in the book of Moses, and the people hearkened thereto, and there was found written therein that the Ammonites and Moabites should never come into the congregation of God, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and water, but hired Balaam against them, that he should curse them. And our God turned the curse into a blessing. Now when they heard the law, it fortuned that they separated from Israel every one that had mixed himself therein. In that matter, that they separated from Israel every one that had mixed himself therein. And before this had the priest Eliashib the oversight of the treasury of the house of our God. And he was a kinsman unto Tobiah, and had made him a great chamber. Different topic. So, different new topic suddenly. So before that happened, had the chief priest Eliashib the oversight of the treasury of the house of our God. And he was a kinsman unto Tobiah, and had made him a great chamber, and there had they aforetime laid the offerings, frankincense, vessels, and the tithes of corn and wine and oil, according to the commandment given to the Levites, singers, and porters, and the heave offerings of the priests. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes king of Babylon came I unto the king, and after certain days obtained I a license of the king to come to Jerusalem. And I gat a knowledge of the evil that Eliashib did unto Tobiah, in that he had made him a chamber in the court of the house of God, and it grieved me sore. And I cast forth all the vessels of the house of Tobiah out of the chamber, and commanded them to cleanse the chambers. And thither brought I again the vessels of the house of God, with the meat offering and the incense. So, yeah, the evil that Eliashib did unto Tobiah by favoring him. The evil was done unto the house of God. The evil was done against God. But the evil favor. Interesting phrasing. So it was a good favor toward Tobiah, but an evil favor objectively. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites were not given them, and that every one fled to his land, even the Levites and singers that executed the work. Then reproved I the rulers, and said, Why is the house of God forsaken? And I gathered them together, and set them in their place. Then brought all Judah the tithes of corn and wine and oil unto the treasury, and I made treasurers over the treasurer, even Shelemiah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Pedaiah, and under their hand was Hanan the son of Zachur, the son of Mattaniah, for they were counted faithful. And their office was to distribute the portions unto their brethren. Think upon me, O my God, herein, and wipe not out my mercy that I have showed on the house of my God, and on the offices thereof. Think upon me, O my God, herein. At the same time saw I some treading winepresses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves, and asses laden with wine, grapes, figs, and bringing all manner of burdens unto Jerusalem upon the Sabbath day. And I rebuked them earnestly the same day that they sold the victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of wares, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah in Jerusalem. Then reproved I the rulers in Judah, and said unto them, What evil thing is this that ye do, and break the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers even thus? And our God brought all this plague upon us and upon this city, and ye make the wrath more yet upon Israel, in that ye break the Sabbath. Ye make the wrath more yet. And it fortuned that when the ports of Jerusalem began to be dark in the evening before the Sabbath, I commanded to shut the gates, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. Then remained the chapmen and merchants once or twice overnight, without or outside Jerusalem, with all manner of wares. Then remained merchants once or twice overnight outside Jerusalem. Then reproved I them sore, and said unto them, Why tarry ye all night about the wall? If ye do it once again, I will lay hands upon you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. And I said unto the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates, to hallow the Sabbath day. Think upon me, O my God, concerning this also, and spare me according to thy great mercy. At the same time I saw Jews that married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab, and their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language, but by the tongue might a man perceive every people. When I reproved them, I cursed them, and smote certain men of them, and made them bear, and took an oath of them by God. Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, neither shall ye take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Did not Solomon the king of Israel sin for such? And yet among many heathen was there no king like him, which was dear unto his God, and God made him king over all Israel. And yet, nevertheless, outlandish women caused him to sin. Shall we then obey unto you to do all this great evil, and to transgress against our God, and marry strange wives? And one of the children of Jehoiada, the son of Eliashib, the high priest, had made a contract with Sanballat the Horonite, but I chased him from me. O my God, think thou upon them that defile the priesthood, and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus cleansed I them of all such as were outlandish, and appointed the courses of the priests and Levites, every one in his office, and to offer the wood at times appointed, and the first fruits. Think thou upon me, O my God, for the best. Amen. The end of the second book of Ezra, otherwise called the book of Nehemiah. The book of Esther, chapter 1. King Ahasuerus maketh a royal feast, whereunto the queen Vashti will not come, for which cause she is divorced. It fortuned in the days of Ahasuerus, which reigned from India unto Ethiopia, over 127 lands, even in those days when the king Ahasuerus sat on his seat royal, which was in Shushan the chief city, in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a feast unto all his princes and servants. And the mighty men of Persia and Media, the captains also and rulers of his countries, were before him, and he showed the riches and glory of his kingdom, and the glorious worship of his greatness many days long, even 180 days. Wow. I'm sure this is even 180 days. And look at this. I'm certain that this should be the word an rather than and, but they even added an and here, so that there's two ands. I think it's to signal something. I think it's to signal that this is not and, but I'm not sure about that. This is probably just switched around. Many days long and even 180 days. I think that's how I would read it. And when these days were expired, the king made a feast unto all the people that were in Shushan the chief city, both unto great and small, 7 days long in the court of the garden by the king's palace, where there hanged white, green, and yellow cloths fastened with cloths fastened with cords of fine silk and purple, in silver rings, upon pillars of marble stone. The benches also were of gold and silver, made upon a pavement of green, white, yellow, and black marble. Black marble. And they drank in vessels of gold, and changed or exchanged vessel after vessel. And the king's wine was much, according to the power of the king. And the drink was so appointed that none should compel any man, for so the king had commanded by the officers of his house, that every one should do as it liked him. And the queen Vashti made a feast also for the women in the palace of Ahasuerus. And on the 7th day, when the king was merry after the wine, he commanded Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagthan, Zetar, and Karkash, the 7 chamberlains that did service in the presence of King Ahasuerus, to fetch the queen Vashti with the crown regal into the king's presence, that he might show the people and princes her fairness, for she was beautiful. But the queen Vashti would not come at the king's word by his chamberlains. Then was the king very wroth, and his indignation kindled in him. I have to look at something here. Okay. Okie doke. Put this here. All right. Needed to do that. I still can't see it. Okay. All right. And, oh, look at that. And the king spake to the wise men that had understanding in the ordinances of the land, for the king's matters must be handled before all such as have knowledge of the law and judgment. And the chief and next unto him were Carsena, Zetar, Admata, Tarshish, Marez, Marsena, and Memucan, the 7 princes of Persia and Media, which saw the king's face and sat above in the kingdom. Sat above in the kingdom. What law, saith the king, should be executed upon the queen Vashti, because she did not according to the word of the king Ahasuerus, which he commanded by his chamberlains? And Memucan answered before the king and the princes, the queen Vashti hath not only done evil against the king, but also against all the princes and against all the people that are in all the lands of King Ahasuerus. For this deed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women, such that they shall despise their husbands before their eyes, and shall say, the king Ahasuerus commanded Vashti the queen to be brought in before him, but she would not come. And so shall the princesses in Persia and Media say likewise unto all the king's princes, when they hear of this deed of the queen. Thus shall there arise too much despitefulness and wrath. If it please the king, therefore, let there go a commandment from him, and let it be written according to the laws of the Persians and Medians, and not to be transgressed, that Vashti come no more before King Ahasuerus, and that the king give her kingdom unto another that is better than she. And when this commandment of the king, which shall be made, is published throughout all his empire, which is great, all women shall hold their husbands in honor, both among great and small. So, anyway, this pleased the king and the princes. And the king did according to the word of Memucan, for he sent letters forth into all the king's lands, into every land according to the writing thereof, and to every people after their language, that every man should be lord in his own house. And this caused he to be spoken after the language of his people as well. 2. After the queen is put away, certain goodly young damsels are searched out. Hadassah, otherwise called Esther, pleaseth the king, and is made queen. Mordecai openeth unto the king, or revealeth unto the king, those that would betray him. They use the word open to mean show or reveal. After these acts, when the displeasure of King Ahasuerus was now laid, the displeasure of King Ahasuerus was now laid. laid aside, laid down. Okay. Maybe it's oh, allayed? Now that his displeasure was allayed? Oh. That's a word, right? Allay? Sounds weird to me at the moment. He thought upon Vashti and what she had done and what was concluded against her. Then said the king's servants that ministered unto him, Let there be fair young virgins sought for the king. And the king appointed certain men in all the lands of his empire, whom he charged that they should bring together all the fair young virgins unto Shushan the head city, to the women's building, under the hand of Haggai or Haggai the king's chamberlain, that kept the women, to give them their apparel and other things necessary to be had, and that the damsel which pleased the king should be queen in Vashti's stead. And this pleased the king, and he did so. It's a very, very heavily inked page here. Sometimes we get these. Should I change the focus? I think we're okay. In the city of Shushan there was a Jew whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jair, a son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a man of Gemini. Yeah, this is... Yeah, even those cities, Ramoth, Havoth, Jair. Named after that son of Shimei. Which was carried away from Jerusalem when Jeconiah, or Jehoiakim, the king of Judah, was led away, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, carried thence. And he nourished Hadassah, that is Esther, his uncle's daughter, for she had neither father nor mother. And she was a fair and beautiful damsel, whom Mordecai, when her father and mother was dead, received for his own daughter. So it fortuned that when the king's commandment and commission was published, and many damsels were brought together in the city of Shushan under the hand of Haggai, Esther was brought also unto the king's house, under the hand of Haggai, the keeper of the women, and the damsel pleased him, and she found favor in his sight. And he caused ornaments to be given her, and such things as belonged to her, and appointed her 7 comely damsels unto the king's house, and favored both her and her gentlewomen, singularly, in the house of the women. Oh yeah, gentlewomen. But Esther showed not her people and her kindred, for Mordecai had charged her that she should not tell it. And Mordecai walked every day before the court of the women's house, that he might know how Esther did, and what should become of her. And what should become of her. And when the appointed time of every damsel came, that she should go in to the king Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months in the decking of the women, for their decking must have so much time, namely 6 months with balm and myrrh, and 6 months with good spices, so were the women beautified. Then went there one damsel unto the king, and whatsoever she required or requested, such that it were comely, that must be given to her with her, out of the women's building. No, that must be given her, to go with her out of the women's building unto the king's palace. In the evening she went, and on the morrow again, into the second house of the women, abiding under the hand of Sazgash, the king's chamberlain, which kept the concubines. And she came in unto the king no more, except it pleased the king to have her, and that he called her by name. Decking. Now, when the time came of Esther, the daughter of Abihan, the uncle of Mordecai, which had received her as his own daughter, that she should come into the king, she desired nothing but what Haggai, the king's chamberlain, the keeper of the women, said. And Esther found favor in the sight of all them that looked upon her. And Esther was taken unto King Ahasuerus into his house royal in the 10th month, which is the month Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved Esther above all the women, and she found grace and favor in his sight before all the virgins, such that he set the crown of the kingdom upon her head, and made her queen instead of Vashti, or in the stead of Vashti. And the king made a great feast unto all his princes and servants, which feast was because of Esther, and caused the lands to be in quietness, and gave gifts, as became the royalty of a king. And when the virgins were gathered together the second time, Mordecai sat in the king's gate. And as yet had not Esther showed her kindred and her people, according as Mordecai had bidden her. For Esther did after the word of Mordecai, like as if she had been yet under his governance. At the same time, while Mordecai sat in the king's gate, two of the king's chamberlains, Bigthan and Teres, which kept the door, were wroth, and sought to lay their hands on the king Ahasuerus. Whereof also Mordecai gat knowledge, and told it unto Queen Esther, and Esther certified the king thereof in Mordecai's name. And when inquisition was made, it was found so. And they were both hanged on a tree, and it was written in the chronicles before the king. 3. Haman the Macedonian, after he was exalted, obtained of the king that all the Jews should be put to death, because Mordecai had not done him worship, as others had. And just by reading that summary, you can see how twisted he was. What a thing to devise. For no good reason. No reason at all. Okay. Chapter 3. After these acts did the king Ahasuerus promote Haman the son of Amadath of the Agagite, and set him high, and set his seat above all the princes that he had with him. And all the king's servants that were in the king's gate bowed their knees and worshipped Haman, for the king had so commanded concerning him. But Mordecai bowed not the knee, and worshipped him not. Then the king's servants which were in the king's gate said unto Mordecai, Why transgressest thou the king's commandment? And when they spake thus daily unto him, he followed them not. He followed not their instruction. And they told Haman that they might see how Mordecai's matters would endure, for he had told them that he was a Jew. And when Haman saw that Mordecai bowed not the knee unto him, nor worshipped him, he was full of indignation, and thought it too little to lay hands only on Mordecai, for they had showed him the nation of Mordecai. Wherefore he sought to destroy all the Jews that were throughout the whole empire of Ahasuerus, and that were of the nation of Mordecai. In the first month, that is the month Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast pur, that is a lot, before Haman from day to day, and from month to month, to the 12th month, that is the month Adar. And Haman said unto King Ahasuerus, There is here a people scattered abroad and dispersed among all the people in all the lands of thine empire, and they have their laws contrary from all people, and do not after the king's laws. Neither is it the king's profit to suffer them after this manner. If it please the king, let it be written that they may be destroyed. And so will I weigh down 10,000 talents of silver by the hands of the workmen, to be brought into the king's treasure. And the king took his ring from his hand, and gave it unto Haman the son of Amadathah, and the Agagite, the Jews' enemy. And the king said unto Haman, Let the silver be given thee, and do with that people as it pleaseth thee. Let the silver be given thee of the workmen. Okay. Then were the king's scribes called on the 30th day of the first month Nisan, and there was written according as Haman commanded unto all the king's officers, and to the captains that were in all the lands, and to the rulers of every people in the countries on every side, according to the writing of every nation, and after their language, in the name of King Ahasuerus. Okay. In the name of King Ahasuerus was it written, and sealed with the king's ring. And the writings were sent by posts into all the king's lands, to root out, to kill, and to destroy all Jews, both young and old, children and women, in one day, namely, upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar. to spoil their goods. This was the sum of the writing, that there should be a commandment given in all lands, and published unto all people, that they should be ready against the same day. And the posts went in all the haste, according to the king's commandment. And in Shushan the chief city was the commandment devised. And the king and Haman sat and drank, when, in the meantime, the city of Shushan was disquieted because of it. For Mordecai giveth the queen knowledge of the cruel decree of the king against the Jews. When Mordecai perceived all that was done, he rent his clothes, and put on sackcloth with ashes, and went out into the midst of the city, and cried loud and lamentably, and came before the king's gate. But he might not enter within the king's gate, because he had sackcloth on. And in all lands, countries, and places, as far as the king's word and commandment extended, there was great lamentation among the Jews, fasting, weeping, and mourning, and many lay in sackcloth and in ashes. So Esther's damsels and her chamberlains came and told it her. Then was the queen exceedingly astonied, and she sent raiment that Mordecai should put on, and lay the sackcloth from him. But Mordecai would not take them. Then called Esther Hatach, one of the king's chamberlains, which stood before her, and gave him a commandment unto Mordecai, that he might know what it were, that Hatach might know what it were whereof he did so. So Hatach went forth to Mordecai unto the street of the city, which was before the king's gate. And Mordecai told him of all that had happened unto him, and of the sum of silver that Haman had promised to weigh down into the king's treasury because of the Jews, if he would destroy them. And he gave him the copy of the king's commandment, that it was devised at Shushan to destroy them, that he might show it unto Esther, and to speak to her, and charge her that she should go in to the king, and make her prayer and supplication unto him for her people. And when Hatach came in, he told Esther the words of Mordecai. And again Esther spake unto Hatach, and commanded him to say unto Mordecai, all the king's servants and the people in the lands of the king know that whosoever cometh within the court unto the king, whether it be man or woman, which is not called, the commandment is that the same shall die, except the king hold out the golden scepter unto him in token of graciousness, for then he shall live. As for me, I have not been called to come into the king now this 30 days. And they certified Mordecai of Esther's words, and Mordecai bade say again, or in response unto Esther, think not to save thine own life while thou art in the king's house before all Jews. For if thou holdest thy peace at this time, then shall the Jews have help and deliverance out of another place, and thou and thy father's house shall be destroyed. And who knoweth whether thou art come to the kingdom for this cause's sake? Esther bade them give Mordecai this answer, go thou thy way, and gather together all the Jews that are found at Shushan, and fast ye for me, that ye eat not and drink not in 3 days, neither day nor night. I and my damsels will fast likewise, and so will I go in to the king, which thing yet is contrary to the commandment, and if I perish, I perish. So Mordecai went his way, and did all that Esther had commanded him. 5. Esther entereth into the king, and biddeth him and Haman to a feast. Haman prepareth a gallows for Mordecai. And on the 3rd day it fortuned that Esther put on her royal apparel, and stood in the court of the king's palace within, over against the king's house. And the king sat upon his royal seat in the king's palace, over against the gate of the house. And when the king saw Esther the queen standing in the court, she found grace in his sight, and the king held out the golden scepter that was in his hand toward Esther. So Esther stepped forth, and touched the top of the scepter. Then said the king unto her, what wilt thou, Queen Esther, and what requirest thou? Ask even the half of the empire, and it shall be given thee. And Esther answered, if it please the king, let the king and Haman come this day unto the banquet that I have prepared for him. And the king said, cause Haman to make haste, that he may do as Esther hath said. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared, and the king said unto Esther at the banquet of wine, what is thy petition, that it may be given thee? And what requirest thou? If it be even the half of the empire, it shall be done. Then answered Esther and said, my petition and desire is, if I have found grace in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to give me my petition and to fulfill my request, then let the king and Haman come to the banquet that I shall prepare for them, and so will I do tomorrow, as the king hath said. Then went Haman forth the same day, joyful and merry in his mind. And when the same Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, that he stood not up and kneeled before him, he was full of indignation at Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman refrained himself. And when he came home, he sent and called for his friends and Zeresh his wife. And Haman told them of the glory of his riches, and the multitude of his children, and altogether how the king had promoted him so greatly, and how that he had set him above the princes and servants of the king. Haman said moreover, Yea, and Esther the queen did let no man come in with the king unto the banquet that she had prepared, except me, and tomorrow am I bidden unto her also with the king. But in all this am I not satisfied, as long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate. Then said Zeresh his wife and all his friends unto him, Let them make a gallows of 50 cubits high, and tomorrow speak thou unto the king, that Mordecai may be hanged thereon, and go thou in merrily with the king unto the banquet. And Haman was well content withal, and caused the gallows to be made. 6. The king turneth over the chronicles, and findeth the fidelity of Mordecai, or discovereth. And then, to the confusion of Haman, commandeth Mordecai to be had in honor. Spoilers. I like this story. The same night could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the chronicles and stories, which, when they were read before the king, they happened on the place where it was written how Mordecai had told that Bigthana and Teresh, the king's 2 chamberlains, which kept the thresholds, sought to lay hands on King Ahasuerus. And the king said, What worship and good have we done to Mordecai, therefore? Or for that? Then said the king's servants that ministered unto him, There is nothing at all done for him. And the king said, Who is in the court? For Haman was gone into the court without, or outside, before the king's house, that he might speak unto the king to hang Mordecai on the tree that he had prepared for him. And the king's servant said unto him, Behold, Haman standeth without in the court. And the king said, Let him come in. And when Haman came in, the king said unto him, What shall be done unto the man whom the king would fain bring unto worship? Unto whom the king would fain bring unto worship. And Haman thought in his heart, Who desireth the king to bring unto worship more than me? And Haman answered the king, Let the man whom the king pleaseth to bring unto worship be brought hither, that he may be arrayed with the royal garments which the king useth to wear, or is accustomed to wear, and the horse that the king rideth upon, and that the crown royal may be set upon his head. And let this raiment and horse be delivered under the hand of one of the king's princes, that they may array the man withal, whom the king is disposed to bring to honor, or is purposed to bring to honor, and carry him upon the horse through the street of the city, and proclaim before him, Thus shall it be done to the man whom the king pleaseth to bring to honor. And the king said, Make haste, and take as thou hast said, the raiments and the horse, and do even so unto Mordecai the Jew, that sitteth before the king's gate, and let nothing fail of all that thou hast spoken. Then took Haman the raiment and the horse, and arrayed Mordecai, and brought him on horseback through the street of the city, and proclaimed before him, Even thus shall it be done unto the man whom the king is disposed to honor. And Mordecai came again to the king's gate, but Haman gat him home in all the haste, mourning, bareheaded, and told Zeresh his wife and all his friends everything that had happened him. Poor fellow. Then said his wise men, and Zeresh his wife unto him, If it be Mordecai of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou shalt not prevail against him, but shalt surely fall before him. And while they were yet talking with him, came the king's chamberlains, and caused Haman to make haste to come unto the banquet that Esther had prepared. 7. The queen biddeth the king and Haman again, and prayeth for herself and her people. She accuseth Haman, and he is hanged on the gallows which he had prepared for Mordecai. And the king and Haman came into the banquet that Queen Esther had prepared, and the king said unto Esther on the 2nd day at the banquet of wine, What is thy petition, Queen Esther, that it may be given thee? And what requirest thou? Yea, ask even half of the empire, and it shall be done. And Esther the queen answered and said, If I have found grace in thy sight, O king, and if it please the king, then grant me my life at my desire, and my people for my petition's sake. For we are sold, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. And would God we were sold to be bondmen and bondwomen, then would I hold my tongue. For the enemy pondereth not the king's harm. The king Ahasuerus answered and said unto Queen Esther, Who is he, and where is he, that dare presume in his mind to do after that manner? And Esther said, The enemy and adversary is this wicked Haman. Haman was exceedingly afraid before the king and the queen, and the king arose from the banquet and from the wine in his displeasure, and went into the palace garden. Got up silently and went out. And Haman stood up and besought the Queen Esther for his life, for he saw that there was a mischief or malice prepared for him of the king already. And when the king came again out of the palace garden into the place where they drank wine, Haman had laid him upon the bed that Esther sat upon. Then said the king, Will he force the queen also before me in the house? As soon as that word went out of the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. And Harbona, one of the chamberlains that stood before the king, said, Behold, there standeth a gallows in Haman's house 50 cubits high, which he had made for Mordecai, that spake good for the king. Mordecai that spake good for the king. And the king said, Hang him thereon. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had made for Mordecai. Then was the king's wrath pacified. 8. After the death of Haman is Mordecai exalted, or set up, raised up, and then are there comfortable letters sent unto the Jews. Comfortable meaning strength, to strengthen them. Comfort usually indicates strengthen in this book. Literally, comfort, fortify. Okay. Sometimes it's used with the same meaning we use it, though. And there's overlap as well. Okay. 8. The same day did King Ahasuerus give the house of Haman the Jews' enemy unto Queen Esther. Oh, hold on a minute. And Mordecai came before the king, for Esther told how that he belonged unto her, of her kindred. And the king put off his finger ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it unto Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman. And Esther spake yet more before the king, and fell down at his feet, weeping, and besought him that he would put away the wickedness of Haman the Agagite, and his device that he had imagined against the Jews. And the king, according to the manner, held out the golden scepter toward Esther, whereby was declared a token of graciousness. Then rose Esther, and stood before the king, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found grace in his sight, and if it be acceptable before the king, then let it be written that the letters of the device of Haman the son of Hammedatha the Agagite may be called again, or called back, which letters he wrote to destroy the Jews, which are in all the king's lands. For how can I suffer and see the evil that shall happen unto my people? Or how can I look upon the destruction of my kindred? And the king Ahasuerus said unto Queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jew, Behold, I have given Esther the house of Haman, whom they have hanged upon a tree, or, wooden frame, because he laid hand upon the Jews. Write ye also for the Jews, as it liketh you, in the king's name, and seal it with the king's ring. For the writings that were written in the king's name and sealed with the king's ring durst no man disannul. Then were the king's scribes called at the same time, even in the 3rd month, that is the month Shivan. So Esther asked for the commandment to be recalled, but it can't be recalled. They can only create another commandment to kind of counteract it. 320th day. Let me see. And it was written according to all as Mordecai commanded unto the Jews and to the princes and to the deputies and captains in the lands which are from India until Ethiopia, namely 127 lands, unto every one according to the writing thereof, and unto every people after their speech, and to the Jews according to their writing and language. And he wrote in the king Ahasuerus' name, and sealed it with the king's ring, and by posts, that rode upon horses and swift young mules, sent he the writings wherein the king granted the Jews, in what cities soever they were, to gather themselves together, and to stand for their life, and for to root out, to slay, and to destroy all the power of the people and land that would trouble them, with women, with children and women, and to spoil their goods upon one day in all the lands of King Ahasuerus, namely, upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar. That same day. The sum of the writing was, or the total, this spelling of like a sum, it's even like summary, isn't it? Spelled the same way as sum. The sum total of the writing was, or summary, was that there should be a commandment given in all lands and published among all people, and that the Jews should be ready against that day, and to avenge themselves on their enemies. And so the posts that rode upon the swift horses and mules made haste with all speed. To execute the king's word, and the commandment was devised in Shushan the chief city. And Mordecai went out from the palace and from the king in royal apparel of yellow and white, and with a great crown of gold, being arrayed with a garment of silk and purple. And the city of Shushan rejoiced and was glad. And unto the Jews there was come a new light and gladness, joy and worship, in all lands and cities, into what places soever the king's word and commandment reached, there was joy and mirth, prosperity and good days among the Jews, insomuch that many of the people in the land became of the Jews' belief, and the fear of the Jews came upon them. I've done this a few times, but I wanted to point out this yellow and white. In the King James, it's blue. The word blue doesn't occur in this book, and in the King James, the word yellow only occurs once. So all the yellows are turned into blues. It might indicate some color that's somewhat between them, or something like that. Chapter 9. At the commandment of the king, the Jews put their adversaries to death. The sons of Haman are hanged. The Jews keep a feast day in remembrance of their deliverance. In the 12th month, that is the month Adar, upon the 13th day of the same, when the king's word and commandment should be done, even upon the same day that the Jews should have destroyed, even the same day that the enemies should have destroyed the Jews to have oppressed them, it turned contrariwise, even that the Jews should subdue their enemies. For then gathered the Jews together in their cities within all the lands of King Ahasuerus, to lay hand on such as would do them evil, and no man could withstand them, for the fear of them was come over all people. And all the rulers in the lands, and princes and deputies, and officers of the king, promoted the Jews, for the fear of Mordecai came upon them. For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and the report of him was noised in all lands, how he increased and grew. Thus the Jews smote all their enemies with a sore slaughter, and slew and destroyed, and did after their will unto such as were their adversaries. And at Shushan, the chief city, slew the Jews and destroyed 500 men, and slew Parsandatha, Delphon, Asphatha, Poratha, Adalia, Aridatha, Parmashta, Arisai, Aridai, and Vaizatha, the 10 sons of Haman, the son of Hamadatha, the enemy of the Jews. But on his goods they laid no hands. At the same time was the king certified of the number of those that were slain in the city of Shushan. And the king said unto Queen Esther, the Jews have slain and destroyed 500 men in the city of Shushan, and the 10 sons of Haman. What have they done, thinkest thou, in the other lands of the king? And what is thy petition that it may be given thee? Or what requirest thou more to be done? Esther answered, if it please the king, let him suffer the Jews tomorrow also to do according to this day's commandment, that they may hang Haman's 10 sons upon the tree. So I think this happened before this other thing. I think the narrative is a little bit out of order on purpose. I'm not sure. That they may hang Haman's 10 sons upon the tree. And the king charged to do so, and the commandment was devised at Shushan, and they hanged Haman's 10 sons. That is to say, this conversation happened earlier. For the Jews that were in Shushan gathered themselves together upon the 14th day of the month Adar, and slew 300 men at Shushan, but on their goods laid they no hands. As for the other Jews that were in the king's lands, they came together and stood for their lives, that they might have rest from their enemies, and slew of their enemies 75,000. Howbeit they laid no hands on their goods. This they did on the 13th day of the month Adar, and on the 14th day of the same month rested they, which day they held with feasting and gladness. But the Jews that were at Shushan came together both on the 13th day and on the 14th, and on the 15th day of the same they rested, and held that day with feasting and gladness. And therefore the Jews that dwelt in the villages and unwalled towns held the 14th day of the month Adar with gladness and feasting, and kept holy day, and every one sent gifts unto another. And Mordecai wrote these acts, and sent the writings, unto all the Jews that were in all the lands of the king of King Ahasuerus, both nigh and far, that they should make a law among themselves, and hold the 14th and 15th day of the month Adar as the days wherein the Jews came to rest from their enemies, and as a month wherein their pain was turned to joy, and their sorrow into a holy day, and that in those days they should make feasts and gladness, and send gifts unto one another. No. Make feast and gladness, and one to send gifts unto another. That is to say, and to send gifts one unto one another. There's several ways I guess you can say that. And to distribute unto the poor. And the Jews were content with it that they began to do, and that Mordecai wrote unto them how that Haman the son of Hammedatha, all the Jews' enemy, had devised against the Jews, how he might destroy them, and caused to cast pur, that is a lot, for to put them in fear, and to bring them to naught. And how Esther went and spake to the king, that through letters his wicked device which he imagined against the Jews might be turned upon his own head, and how he and his sons were hanged on the tree. For the which cause they called this day Purim, because of the name of the lot, and because of all the words of this writing, and what they themselves had seen, and what had happened unto them. And the Jews set it up, established it, and took it upon them and their seed, and upon all such as joined themselves unto them, that they would not miss, but observe these 2 days yearly, according as they were written and appointed. How that these days are not to be forgotten, but to be kept of children's children among all kindreds in all lands and cities. They are the days of Purim, which are not to be overslipped among the Jews, and the memorial of them ought not to perish from their seed. I like that, overslipped. Missed. Don't overslip these days. Oh. And Queen Esther, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, wrote with all authority to confirm this second writing of Purim, and sent letters unto all the Jews in the 127 lands of the empire of Ahasuerus, with friendly and faithful words, to confirm these days of Purim in their time appointed, according as Mordecai the Jew and Esther the queen had appointed them. And they bound their soul and their seed to fasting and prayer. And Esther established the words of these lots, the words of Purim, as it is written in the book. And the king Ahasuerus laid tribute upon the land and upon the isles of the sea, and all that he did by his power and authority, and the great worship of Mordecai which the king gave him, be they not written in the chronicles of the kings of Media and Persia? For Mordecai the Jew was the second next unto King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and accepted among the multitude of his brethren, as one that seeketh the wealth of his people, and speaketh the best for all his seed. And by the way, there's no chapter 10. This was merged into chapter 9. The end of the book of Esther. And I think we'll read some of Job Job contains pretty short chapters. Just a moment here. Let's see, I'm kind of paying attention to something. I might have to get up and check on something in a few. The book of Job. 1. Job is plagued of God by the loss of his goods and children. In the land of Uz, there was a man whose name was Job, and the same was a perfect and just man, such a one as feared God and eschewed evil. And he had 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance also was 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen and 500 she-asses, and a very great household, such that he was one of the principal men among all them of the east country. And his sons went and made banquets, one day in one house, another day in another, and sent for their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And it fortuned that when they had passed over the time of their banqueting round about, Job sent for them and sanctified them, and gat up early, and offered for every one a burnt offering. For Job said, Lest peradventure my sons have done some offense, and have been unthankful to God in their hearts. Thus did Job every day. And upon a day, when the children of God came and stood before the Lord, it fortuned that Satan came also among them. And the Lord said unto Satan, From whence comest thou? Satan answered the Lord and said, I have gone about the land and walked through it. And the Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou not considered my servant Job, how that there is none like him in the land, a perfect and a just man, such a one as feareth God and escheweth evil? Satan answered and said unto the Lord, Doth Job fear God for naught? Hast thou not preserved him, and his house, and all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the works of his hands, and his possession is increased in the land. But lay thine hand now upon him a little, and touch all that he hath, and he shall curse thee to thy face. And the Lord said unto Satan, Lo, all that he hath be in thy power, only upon himself see that thou lay not thine hand. And Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. And upon a certain day it fortuned that his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger unto Job, and said, While the oxen were a-plowing, and the asses going in the pasture beside them, the Sabeans came in violently, and took them away. Yea, they have slain thy servants with the edge of the sword, and I only ran my way to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came another and said, The fire of God is fallen from heaven, and hath burnt up all thy sheep and servants, and consumed them, and I only ran my way to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, there came another and said, The Chaldeans made 3 armies, and fell in upon the camels, and have carried them away, yea, and slain thy servants with the sword, and I only am gotten away to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, there came another and said, Thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house, and behold, there came a mighty great wind out of the south, and smote the 4 corners of the house, which fell upon thy children, and they are dead. And I am gotten away alone to tell thee. Then Job stood up and rent his clothes, and shaved his head, fell down upon the ground, worshipped, and said, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I turn thither again. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Even as it hath pleased the Lord, so is it come to pass. Blessed be the name of the Lord. In all these things did Job not offend, neither murmured foolishly against God. 2. Job is plagued with sore boils, and afterward is mocked of his wife. His friends visit him, and have compassion on him. And the children of God came and stood before the Lord, and Satan came also among them, and stood before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Satan, From whence comest thou? Satan answered the Lord, and said, I have gone about the land, and walked through it. The Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou not considered my servant Job? For there is none like him in the land. For he is a perfect and a just man, such a one as feareth God, and escheweth evil. And escheweth evil, and continueth still in his godliness. And thou movest me against him, that I should punish him for naught. And Satan answered the Lord, and said, skin for skin, yea, a man will give all that ever he hath for his life. But lay thine hand now upon him, and touch once his bone and flesh, and he shall curse thee to thy face. And the Lord said unto Satan, Lo, there hast thou him in thy power, but spare his life. So went Satan forth from the presence of the Lord, and smote Job with marvelous sore boils, from the sole of his foot unto his crown, such that he sat upon the ground in the ashes, and scraped off the filth of his sores with a potsherd. Then said his wife unto him, Dost thou continue yet in thy perfectness? Curse God and die. But Job said unto her, Thou speakest like a foolish woman. Shall we receive prosperity at the hand of God, and not receive adversity? In all these things did not Job sin with his lips. Now, when Job's friends heard of all the trouble that happened unto him, there came 3 of them, every one from his own place, namely, Eliphaz the Temanite, Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite. This is Zophar, isn't it? And they were agreed together to come, to show their compassion upon him, and to comfort him. So when they lift up their eyes afar off, they knew him not, didn't recognize him. And they cried and wept, and every one of them rent his clothes, and sprinkled dust upon their heads in the air. They sat them down by him also upon the ground 7 days and 7 nights. Neither was there any of them that spake one word unto him, for they saw that his pain was very great. 3. Okay. The words of Job, wherein he declareth that this present life is miserable, and that the death of the righteous is joyous and fortunable. After this, opened Job his mouth, and cursed his day. And Job answered and said, Lost be that day wherein I was born, and the night in the which it was said, There is a man-child conceived. The same day be turned to darkness, and not regarded of God from above, neither let him shine upon it with light, but let it be stained with darkness, and the shadow of death. Let the dim cloud fall upon it, and let it be lapped in with sorrow on the daytime. Enveloped with sorrow. Let the dark storm overcome that night, and let it not be joined unto the days of the year, neither counted in the months. He seems to be talking about his birthday. Desolate be that night, and without gladness. Let them curse the day. Let them that curse the day, and that be ready to raise up mourning, give it also their curse. Let the stars of that night be dim through darkness of it. Let it look for light, but let it see none, neither the rising up of the fair morning, because it shut not up the womb that bare me, for then should these sorrows have been hid from mine eyes. Alas, why died I not in the birth? Why did not I perish as soon as I came out of my mother's womb? Why set they me upon their knees? Why gave they me suck with their breasts? Then should I now have lain still. I should have slept and been at rest, like as the kings and lords of the earth, which have builded themselves special places, or as the princes that have had great substance of gold in their houses full of silver. And why was I not hid as a thing born out of time, either as young children which never saw the light? Sometimes they use either where we would use or. Why was I not hid as a thing born out of time, or as young children which never saw the light? There must the wicked cease from their tyranny, and there such as are overlabored be at rest. There are those let out free which have been in prison, such that they hear no more the voice of the oppressor. There are small and great, and the servant is free from his master. Wherefore is the light given to him that is in misery, and life unto them that have heavy hearts, which long for death, and though it come not, would it dig it out of hid places, which also would be exceeding glad and rejoice if they could find their grave anywhere. They would dig their graves out themselves. Okay. That should be joy to that man whose way is hid, and God keepeth it back from him. For my sighs come before I eat, and my roarings fall out like the water. For the thing that I feared is come upon me, and the thing that I was afraid of is happened unto me. Was I not happy? Had I not quietness? Was I not in rest? And now cometh such misery upon me. I didn't go around stirring things up. I was content with what I had. 4. Job is reprehended of impatience and injustice, and of the presumption of his own righteousness. And Eliphaz the Temanite answered and said, If we begin to commune with thee, wilt thou be discontent? But who can withhold himself from speaking? Behold, thou hast been a chastener of many, and hast comforted the weary hands, or strengthened the weary hands. Thy words have set up, or established, those that were fallen. Thou hast refreshed the weak knees. But now that the plague is come upon thee, thou art grieved. Now that it hath touched thyself, thou art faint-hearted. Is not this thy fear, thy steadfastness, thy patience, and the perfectness of thy ways? Consider, I pray thee. Whoever perished being an innocent, or when were the godly destroyed? When were the godly destroyed? I'm trying to add intonation so that he sounds as silly as he is. When were the godly destroyed? For, as I have proved by experience, they that plow iniquity and sow wretchedness reap the same. With the blast of God they perish, and with the breath of his nostrils are they consumed away. The roaring of the lion, and the voice of the lion, and the teeth of the lion's whelps are pulled out. The lion perisheth for lack of prey, and the lion's whelps are scattered abroad. And unto me came the word secretly, and mine ear hath received a little thereof. In the thoughts and visions of the night, when sleep cometh on men, fear came upon me, and dread, which made all my bones to shake. The wind passed by before my presence, and made the hairs of my flesh to stand up. He stood there, and I knew not his face. An image there was before mine eyes, and in the stillness heard I a voice. Shall man be more just than God? Or shall a man be purer than his Maker? Behold, he found no truth in his servants, and in his angels there was folly. How much more in them that dwell in houses of clay, and whose foundation is but dust, which shall be consumed as it were with a moth. They shall be smitten from the morning unto the evening. Yea, they shall perish forever, when no man thinketh thereon. Is not their royalty gone away with them? They shall die truly, and not in wisdom. And so he hasn't spoken one wrong thing here, but it's not the correct thing to apply. It's a little bit out of season. But I have, we can have some empathy toward Eliphaz here, though. He doesn't know what to say to his friend. They've been sitting 7 days without saying a word. Okay. 5. The end of a fool. Yeah, the end of a fool. The righteousness of God, the Lord chasteneth his, and delivereth them again. Cry, I pray thee, if haply there be any that will answer thee, and look thou upon any of the holy men. As for the foolish man, displeasure killeth him. And look thou upon any of the holy men. As for the foolish man, displeasure killeth him, and anger slayeth the ignorant. I have seen myself when the foolish was deep-rooted, and suddenly I cursed his habitation. His children were without prosperity, and they were slain in the gate, and there was no man to deliver them. His harvest was eaten up of the hungry, and the weaponed man spoiled it, and the thirsty drunk up their labor. Is it not the earth that bringeth forth iniquity? Oh, it is not the earth that bringeth forth iniquity, neither cometh sorrow out of the ground, but man is born unto labor, like as the sparks fly up out of the hot coals. But I will ask counsel of the Lord, and I will talk with God, which doeth things that are unsearchable, and marvels without number. He giveth rain upon the earth, and poureth water upon the streets, to set up them that be of low degree, and that those which are in heaviness may come to prosperity. Just a moment here. Okay, good. So this is the Lord. He destroyeth the devices of the subtle, such that their hands are not able to perform any steadfast thing. He compasseth the wise in their own craftiness, and overthroweth the counsel of the wicked, insomuch that they run into the darkness by fair day, and grope about them in the noonday, like as in the night. He shall deliver the poor from the sword, and from the threatenings of the ungodly, and from the violence of the mighty. He is the hope of the poor, and the mouth of the wicked shall be stopped. Behold, happy is the man whom God punisheth. I like this. They use punish to mean correct. And that's how we use it too. Happy is the man whom God punisheth, to correct him. Therefore refuse not thou the chastening of the Almighty, for though he make a wound, he giveth a plaster. Though he smite, his hand maketh whole again. He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, and in the 7th there shall no evil come to thee. In hunger he shall save thee from death, and when it is war, from the power of the sword. Thou shalt be kept from the evil tongue, and when trouble cometh, thou shalt not need to fear. In destruction and dearth thou shalt be merry, and shalt not be afraid of beasts of the earth. For the stones of the land shall be confederate with thee. That means they will cooperate with you. And the beasts of the field shall give thee peace. And thou shalt know that thy dwelling place shall be in rest, and thou shalt go and behold thy habitation, and shalt not sin. Thou shalt see also that thy seed shall increase, and that thy posterity shall be as the grass upon the earth. Thou shalt come also to thy grave in a fair age, like as when they take up a corn sheaf in due season. Lo, this we ourselves have proved by experience, and even thus it is. Hearken thou to it also, that thou mayest take heed to thyself. 6. Job answereth, and his pain is more grievous. Job answereth that his pain is more grievous than his fault, yet notwithstanding he delighteth therein. An interesting way to summarize the chapter. Job answereth also. Now, maybe delight means something else. He finds hope or light in it. Maybe not that he's celebrating. Different usage of delight. He delighteth therein. Job answered also and said, Oh, that the displeasure which I have were truly weighed, and my punishment laid in the balances together. For now is it heavier than the sand of the sea, and this is the cause that my words are so sorrowful. For the arrows of the Almighty are round about me, whose indignation hath drunk up my spirit, and the terrible fears of God are set against me. Doth the wild ass roar when he hath grass, or crieth the ox when he hath fodder enough? That which is unsavory, shalt it be eaten without salt, or is there any taste in the white of an egg? The things that sometime I might not away withal. Away with. Let me see. The things which at one time I might not away with. I forget how away with can sometimes mean. So away with means put away. And it can be either put away out of dislike or put away out of being content that we don't need to meddle with it. 2 different kinds of away with. When God says that he can't away with something, that even occurs in the context of it is too evil for him to ignore. Therefore, he can't away with it. So we just have to go by context with what away with means. The things that sometime ago, I might not away withal, are now my meat for very sorrow. Oh, that I might have my desire. Oh, oops. Yeah. Hey, Nexter, how you doing? Didn't see your message. Yeah, that delight. I think that's the case. Well, let's keep reading. Oh, that I might have my desire, and that God would grant me the thing that I long for. Oh, that God would begin and smite me, that he would let his hand go, and take me clean away. Then should I have some comfort. Yea, I would desire him in my pain, that he should not spare, for I will not be against the words of the Holy One. For what power have I to endure, and what is mine end, that my soul might be patient? Is my strength the strength of stones, or is my flesh made of brass? Is it not so that there is in me no help, and that my substance is taken from me? He that is in tribulation ought to be comforted of his neighbor, but the fear of the Lord is clean away. Mine own brethren pass over by me, as the water brook, and as the river of water do hastily go away. The river of water. Maybe the rivers of water do hastily go away. Oh, no, okay. This is the water brook and the river of water together, do hastily go away. But they that fear the hoarfrost, the snow shall fall upon them. When their time cometh, they shall be destroyed and perish. When they be set on fire, they shall be removed out of their place, for the paths that they go in are crooked. They haste after vain things, and shall perish. They turn them to the paths of Taman, and to the ways of Sheba, wherein they have put their trust. Confounded are they that put any confidence in them, or in them. For when they come to obtain the things that they look for, they are brought to confusion. Even so are ye also come unto me. But now that ye see my misery, ye are afraid. Did I desire you to bring unto me, or to give me any of your substance, to deliver me from the enemy's hand, or to save me from the hands of tyrants? Teach me, and I will hold my tongue. And when I do err, show me wherein. How steadfast are the words of truth, and which of you can rebuke and reprove them? Do you take deliberation to check men's sayings, and judge a poor word spoken in vain? Ye fall upon the fatherless, and go about to overthrow your own friend. And therefore be content, and look now upon me, and I will not lie before your face. Turn, I pray you, be indifferent judges. Turn again, and ye shall see mine unguiltiness, whether there be any unrighteousness in my tongue, or vain words in my mouth. Yeah, Job didn't request anything of them. So he wonders, what's the problem? Why you treat me that way? 7. Job showeth that this life is but a battle or warfare. Hath man any certain time upon earth? Are not his days also like the days of an hired servant? For like as a bondservant desireth the shadow, or to rest in the shade, and as an hireling would fain have an end of his work. Even so have I labored whole months long, but in vain, and many a careful night, a night full of care, have I told or numbered. When I lay me down to sleep, I say, Oh, when shall I rise? Again I longed sore for the night. And in the meantime I am full of sorrows until the twilight. My flesh is clothed with worms and dust of the earth. My skin is withered and become horrible. My days pass over more speedily than a weaver can weave out his web, and are gone ere I am aware. Capitalizing pass over for just the phrase pass over. And here's that or, which means ere or before. Are gone ere I am aware. Oh, remember that my life is but a wind, and that mine eye shall no more see the pleasures thereof, yea, and that none other man's eye shall see me any more. For if thou fasten thine eyes upon me, I come to naught. The cloud is consumed and vanished away. Even so, he that goeth down to the grave shall come no more up, neither turn again into his house, neither shall his place know him any more. Therefore I will not spare my mouth, but will speak in the trouble of my spirit, and muse in the bitterness of my mind. Am I a sea or a whale fish? And I think this indicates a sea fish or a whale fish. A sea or whale fish? That thou keepest me so in prison? When I say, my bed shall comfort me, I shall have some refreshing by talking to myself upon my couch. Then troublest thou me with dreams, and makest me so afraid through visions, that my soul wisheth rather to perish and die, than my bones to remain. I wisheth rather to perish. I can see no remedy. I shall live no more. Oh, spare me then, for my days are but vain. What is man that thou hast him in such reputation, and setteth so much by him in value? Thou visitest him early, and every day suddenly dost thou try him. Why goest thou not from me, neither lettest me alone, so long till I may swallow down my spittle? I have offended, and what shall I do unto thee, O thou preserver of men? Why hast thou made me to stand in thy way, and am so heavy a burden unto myself? Why dost thou not forgive me my sin? Wherefore takest thou not away my wickedness? Behold, now must I sleep in the dust, and if thou seekest me tomorrow in the morning, I shall be gone. 8. Job is reprehended and noted to have deserved his pain. A description of hypocrisy. Let's see. Then answered Bildad the Shuhite, and said, How long wilt thou talk of such things? How long shall thy mouth speak so proud words? Doth God pervert the thing that is lawful? Or doth the Almighty destroy the thing that is right? For seeing that thy sons sinned against him, did not he punish them for their wickedness? If thou wouldst now resort unto God betimes, and might make thine humble prayer to the Almighty, if thou wouldst live a pure and a godly life, should he not awake up unto thee immediately, and give thee the beauty of righteousness again, insomuch that whereinsoever thou hadst little afore, thou shouldst now have great abundance? Inquire, I pray thee, of them that have been before thee, and search diligently among their fathers. For we are but of yesterday, and consider not that our days upon earth are but a very shadow. Shall not they show thee, and tell thee, yea, and gladly confess the same? May a rush be green without moistness, or may the grass grow without water? No, but ere ever it be shot forth, and ere ever it be gathered, it withereth before any other herb. Even so goeth it with all them that forget God, and even thus also shall the hypocrite's hope come to naught. His confidence shall be destroyed, and his trust a spider's web. He shall lean upon his house, but it shall not stand. He shall hold him fast by it, yet shall it not endure. It is even as a green tree before the sun, and shooteth forth the branches in his garden. It taketh many roots by a well side, and so much that it is like an house of stones. Okay, yes, and that's good. But then, if it be taken out of his place, every man denieth it, saying, I know thee not. Lo, thus it is with him thus it is with him that rejoiceth in his own doings. And as for others, they grow out of the earth. Behold, God will not cast away a virtuous man, neither will he help the ungodly. Thy mouth shall he fill with laughing, and thy lips with gladness. They also that hate thee shall be confounded, and the dwelling of the ungodly shall come to naught. 9. Job declareth the benefits of God, and that man's righteousness is nothing. Job answered and said, I know it is so of a truth. For how may a man, compared unto God, be justified? If he will argue with him, he shall not be able to answer him unto one among 1,000. Concerning such as be wise of heart, or mighty in strength, whoever prospered that took part against him? He translateth the mountains, or, transfers from place to place, ere ever they be aware. It is he that overthroweth them in his wrath. He removeth the earth out of her place, that the pillars thereof shake withal. He commandeth the sun that it riseth not. He closeth up the stars, as it were under a signet, or a seal. He himself alone spreadeth out the heavens, and goeth upon the waves of the sea. He maketh the wains of heaven. Here's this phrase, wains of heaven. This corresponds to Arcturus, and you can look this up. Wains is some kind of a wheel. The wains of heaven. It's a constellation. He maketh the wains of heaven, the Orion, the 7 stars, and the secret places of the south. He doeth great things, such as are unsearchable, yea, and wonders without number. Lo, when he goeth over by me, I shall not see him, and when he departeth by me, I shall not look upon him. I shall not perceive him. If he be hasty to take anything away, who will make him restore it again? Or who will say unto him, What doest thou? He is God, whose wrath no man may withstand, but the proudest of all must stoop under him. How should I then answer him? Or what words should I find out against him? Yea, though I were righteous, yet might I not give him one word again, or in response, but meekly submit myself to him as my judge. If I had called upon him, and he had answered me, yet would I not believe that he heard my voice. He troubleth me so with the tempest, and woundeth me out of measure, without a cause. And he will not let my spirit be in rest, but filleth me with bitterness. If men will speak of strength, lo, he is strong. If men will speak of righteousness, who dare be my record, my witness? If I justify myself, mine own mouth shall condemn me. If I will put forth myself for a perfect man, he shall prove me a wicked doer. For though I be an innocent, and my conscience clear, yet am I weary of my life. One thing it is, and therefore I said. One thing it is, and therefore I said. He destroyeth both the righteous and ungodly. And though he slay suddenly with the scourge, yet will he laugh at the punishment of the innocent, or the correction of the innocent. As for the world, it is given over into the hand of the wicked, and he shall cover the faces of the judges thereof. Is it not so? Where is there any, but he is such one? Where is there any, but he is such one? There is none like the Lord. I think that is saying, and this phrase, one thing it is. It is all one thing. He destroyeth both the righteous and the ungodly. One thing happens to them all. My days are more swift than a runner. And I'm not sure if runner here indicates a horse, a courser, or something. I want to look that up in the King James. Okay, anyway. They are gone, and have seen no good thing. They are passed away, as the ships that be good under sail, and as the eagle that flieth to the prey. The ships that be good under sail. Very swift. When I am purposed to forget my complaining, to leave off from my wrath, and to comfort myself, then am I afraid of all my sorrows, for I know that thou wilt not judge me innocent. If I be then a wicked doer, why labor I in vain? If I wash myself with snow water, and make mine hands never so clean at the well, yet shalt thou dip me in the mire, and mine own clothes shall defile me. For he that I must give answer unto, and with whom I go to law, is not a man as I am, neither is there any daysman to lay his hand between us. Let him take his rod away from me, yea, let him make me no more afraid of him, and then shall I answer him without any fear. For as long as it is thus, I can make no answer. 10. Job is weary of his life, and setteth out his fragility before God. He desireth the time to repent. A description of death. It grieveth my soul to live. I will make my complaint, and will speak out of the very heaviness of my soul. I will say unto God, O do not condemn me, but show me the cause wherefore thou contendest so with me. Thinkest thou it well done to oppress me, to cast me off, being the work of thy hands, and to maintain the counsel of the ungodly? Hast thou fleshy eyes, or dost thou look as a man looketh? Or are thy days as the days of man, and thy years as man's years? That thou makest such inquisition for my wickedness, and searchest out my sin? Whereas, notwithstanding, thou knowest that I am no wicked person, and that there is no man able to deliver me out of thine hand. Thy hands have made me, and fashioned me altogether round about. Wilt thou then destroy me suddenly? O remember, I beseech thee, how that thou madest me of the mold of the earth, and shalt bring me into dust again. Hast thou not turned me as it were milk, and turned me to cruds or curds like cheese? Thou hast covered me with skin and flesh, and joined me together with bones and sinews. Let me see. Oh, what happened? Oh. Okay. Oops. Let me see. Thou hast granted me life, and done me good, and the diligent heed that thou tookest upon me hath preserved my spirit. Thou hast hid these things in thine heart. I am sure that thou rememberest this thing. If I did sin, thou hadst an eye unto me, and shalt not declare me innocent because of mine offense. If I have done wickedly, woe is me therefore. If I have done righteously, yet dare I not lift up mine head. So full am I of confusion, and see mine own misery. Thou huntest me out, being in heaviness, as it were a lion, and troublest me out of measure. Thou bringest fresh witnesses against me, and thy wrath increasest thou upon me. Very many are the plagues that I am in. Wherefore hast thou brought me out of my mother's womb? Oh, that I had perished, and that no eye had seen me. If they had carried me to my grave as soon as I was born, then should I be now as though I had never been. As though I had never been. Are not my days few? Let him then leave off from me. Let him then leave off from me, and let me alone, that I may ease myself a little afore I go thither, from whence I shall not turn again, even to the land of darkness and shadow of death, yea, into that dark cloudy land and deadly shadow, whereas is no order, but terrible fear, as in the darkness. 11. Job is unjustly reprehended of Zophar. God is incomprehensible by the human mind, uncomprehendable. He is merciful to the repentant. Then answered Zophar the Naamathite and said, Should not he that maketh many words be answered? Should he that babbleth much be commended therein? Should men give ear unto thee only? And I'm shaking my head reading incomprehensible, thinking what kind of alternative wording would go there. But it's suitable. Thou wilt laugh other men to scorn, and shalt nobody mock thee again, or in return? Wilt thou say unto God, The thing that I take in hand is perfect, and I am clean in my sight, or in thy sight? O that God would speak and open his lips against thee, that he might show thee, out of his secret wisdom, why he rewardeth thee double, as he was appointed to do. Then shouldst thou know that God had forgotten thee because of thy sin. Yeah, that's what Job wants too. Art thou able to find out the secrets of God, or wilt thou attain to the perfectness of the Almighty? He is higher than heaven. What art thou able to do? Deeper than the hell. How wilt thou then know him? His length exceedeth the length of the earth, and his breadth the breadth of the sea. Though he turn all things upside down, close them in, gather them together, who will turn him from his purpose? Or who may say unto him, Why doest thou so? For it is he that knoweth the vanity of men, He seeth their wickedness also. Should he not then consider it? A vain body, a vain person, exalteth himself, and man newborn is like a wild ass's colt. And they pretty casually use body to mean person, as in somebody, and so forth. A vain body. If thou hadst now a right heart, and liftedst up thine hands toward him, if thou wouldst put away the wickedness which thou hast in hand, such that no ungodliness dwell in thy house, then mightst thou lift up thy face without shame, and then shouldst thou be sure, and have no need to fear. Then shouldst thou forget thy misery, and think no more upon it than upon the waters that run by. Then should the residue of thy life be as clear as the noonday, and spring forth as the morning. Then mightest thou have comfort in the hope that thou hast, and sleep quietly when thou art buried. Then shouldst thou take thy rest, and no man to make thee afraid. Yea, many one should set much by thee in value. As for the eyes of the ungodly, they shall be consumed and not escape. Their hope shall be misery and sorrow of mind. 12. Job, in showing his patience, declareth the might and power of God. So Job answered and said, Then no doubt ye are the men alone, and wisdom shall perish with you. Ye alone are the men, and wisdom shall perish with you. But I have understanding as well as ye, and am no less than ye. Yea, who knoweth not these things? Thus, he that calleth upon God, and whom God heareth, is mocked of his neighbor. What? In this way, in such a way, he that calleth upon God, and whom God heareth, is mocked of his neighbor. The godly and innocent man is laughed to scorn. Godliness is a light, despised in the hearts of the rich, and is set for them to stumble upon. The houses of robbers are in wealth and prosperity, and they that maliciously meddle against God dwell without care. In those things that God hath given richly with his hand, they dwell in. Ask the cattle, and they shall inform thee, the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee, or the increase of the earth, and it shall show thee, or the fishes of the sea, and they shall certify thee. What is he, but he knoweth that the hand of the Lord made all these, in whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the breath of the flesh of all men? Have not the ears pleasure in hearing, and the mouth in tasting the thing that it eateth? Among old persons there is wisdom, and in age is understanding. Yea, with God is wisdom and strength. It is he that hath counsel and foreknowledge. Yeah. Foreknowledge. It looks like two words, though. Behold, if he break down a thing, who can set it up again? If he shut a thing, who will open it? Behold, if he withhold the waters, they dry up. If he let them go, they destroy the earth. With him is strength and wisdom. He knoweth both the deceiver and him that is deceived. He carrieth away the wise men, as it were a spoil, and bringeth the judges out of their wits. He taketh away the subjection of the people from their kings, and girdeth their loins with a bond. He leadeth away the great men into captivity, and turneth the mighty upside down. He taketh the verity from out of the mouth, and disappointeth the aged of their reason. Disappoint as in remove the appointment. Or the reason that was appointed to the aged, he removes. He poureth out confusion upon princes, and comforteth them that have been oppressed. Look, what lieth hid in darkness, he declareth it openly, and the very shadow of death bringeth he to light. He both increaseth the people and destroyeth them. He maketh them to multiply, and driveth them away. He changeth changeth the heart of them that rule the people of the earth, and disappointeth them. Again, removes their appointment, such that they go wandering out of the way, and grope in the dark without light. He maketh them also to stagger to and fro like drunken men. 13. Job reproveth his friends with their own sayings, and condemneth hypocrisy. And I had to make a little note for myself. I guess you can see the L pretty well. I had to kind of puzzle it out by looking at what two-letter word it could be. Yeah, lo. All this have I seen with mine ear. With mine eye. Seen with my ear. All this have I seen with mine eye, heard with mine ear, and understood it. Look, what ye know, that same do I know also. Neither am I inferior unto you. Nevertheless I talk with the Almighty, and my desire is to commune with God. As for you, you are workmasters of lies and unprofitable physicians physicians altogether. Would God you kept your tongue, for then might ye be taken for wise men. Now hear my chiding, and ponder the sentence of my lips. Do ye speak iniquity against God, and talk against him with deceit? Will ye not accept the person of him? Or will ye contend with God? Shall that help you, when he calleth you to reckoning? For as one man mocketh another, so do ye mock him. He shall punish you and reprove you, if ye do secretly accept any person. Shall he not make you afraid when he showeth himself? Shall not his terrible fear fall upon you? Your remembrance is like unto a spark, and your bodies like the clay. Hold your tongues for my sake, that I also may speak, and my sorrow shall be the less. Wherefore do I bear my flesh in my teeth, and put my soul in mine hands? Taketh it into my own hands. Bear my flesh in my teeth. That's a little different. Lo, though he slay me, yet will I put my trust in him. But I will reprove mine own ways in his sight. Reprove mine own ways in his sight. He shall make me whole, and there may no hypocrite come before him. Hear my words, and ponder my sayings with your ears. Behold, now have I prepared my judgment, and know that I shall be found righteous. What is he that will go to law with me? Let him come, that I may now hold my tongue and die. What is he? Nevertheless, grant me two things, and then will I not hide myself from thee. Withdraw thine hand from me, and let not the fearful dread of thee make me afraid. And then call me, and I will answer. Or else let me speak, and give thou me an answer. How many are my misdeeds and sins? Let me know my transgressions and offenses. Wherefore hidest thou thy face, and holdest me for thine enemy? Wilt thou be so cruel and extreme unto a flying leaf, and follow upon dry stubble? For thou layest sharply to my charge, and punishest me for the sins of my youth. Thou puttest my feet also in the stocks, and lookest narrowly unto all my paths, and markest the steps of my feet, whereas I, notwithstanding, must consume like as a foul carrion, a rotten thing, and as a cloth that is moth-eaten. Job describeth the life of man, and prophesieth of the resurrection. Hope sustaineth the godly till they obtain that they look for. Till they obtain that they look for. That which they look for. Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up and is cut down like as a flower. He fleeth as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one state. Dost thou open thine eyes upon such one, and bringest me in thy judgment? Who can make it clean that cometh of an unclean thing? Who can make it clean that cometh of an unclean thing? Nobody. The days of a man surely are determined, the number of his months are known only unto thee. Thou hast appointed him his bounds, which he cannot go beyond. Go from him, that he may rest a little until his day come, which he looketh for, like as an hireling doth. His day of end or release, the end of his work or his release. If a tree be cut down, there is some hope yet that it will sprout and shoot forth the branches again. For though the root of it be waxen old, and the stalk thereof be dead in the ground, yet when it getteth the scent of water, it will bud and bring forth boughs like as a tree that is planted. But as for man, when he is dead, perished and consumed away, what becometh of him? The floods, when they be dried up, and the rivers, when they be empty, are filled again through the flowing waters of the sea. But when man sleepeth, he riseth not again of his own strength. Until the heaven perish, he shall not wake up, neither rise out of his sleep. Until the heaven perish, he shall not wake up, neither rise out of his sleep. O that thou wouldst keep me and hide me in the hell, until thy wrath were stilled, and to appoint me a time wherein thou mightest remember me. May a dead man live again? All the days of my life will I wait still, till my changing shall come. Thou shalt call me, and I shall answer thee. Despise not thou the work of thine own hands. For now thou numberest all my goings, yet be not thou too extreme upon my sins. Mine iniquity is sealed up, as it were in a bag, but be merciful unto my wickedness. The mountains fall away at the last. The rocks are removed out of their place. The waters pierce through the very stones by little and little. The floods wash away the gravel and earth. And destroyest thou the hope of man? Thou prevailest still against him, such that he passeth away. Thou changest his estate, and puttest him from thee. And whether his children come to worship or no, he cannot tell. And if they be men of low degree, he knoweth it not. A man doesn't know how his children are truly in their hearts. While he liveth, his flesh must have travail, and while the soul is in him, he must be in sorrow. So, yeah, until the heaven perish, the new heaven and the new earth, and then the resurrection. And then, oh, that thou wouldst keep me and hide me in the hell. So, yeah, that indicates that hell, before the end, before the end, is not a place of, torture. It is not yet the lake of fire, but it will be delivered into the lake of fire. But for now, hell is neutral. And I think that's accurate. Everyone will be resurrected and then put, and then rewarded for their works, or delivered, or saved. Okay. 15. Eliphaz reprehendeth Job because he ascribeth wisdom and pureness to himself. He describeth the curse that falleth on the wicked, reckoning Job to be one of that number. I might have to, I think I'll probably stop at the halfway point of Job, chapter 21. Although I really like the end of the book. Oh, that's a big illustration. I guess that's normal size. Oh, okay. Chapter 15. Then answered Eliphaz the Temanite and said, Shall a wise man's answer be the science of the wind, and fill any man's belly as it were with the wind of the east? Shall he reprove with a word that is nothing worth, and speak the things which can do no good? As for shame, thou hast set it aside, else wouldst thou not make so many words before God. But thy wickedness teacheth thy mouth, and so thou hast chosen thee a crafty tongue. Thine own mouth condemneth thee, and not I. Yea, thine own lips shape an answer against thee. Art thou the first man that ever was born, or wast thou made before the hills? Hast thou heard the secret counsel of God, that all wisdom is too little for thee? What knowest thou that we know not? And what understandest thou, but we can the same? With us are both old and aged men, yea, such as have lived longer than thy father. Thinkest thou it a small thing of the consolations of God? Thinkest thou it a small thing of the consolations of God? With thee, with thee is a lying word. Why doth thine heart so bewitch thee? And wherefore thinkest thou with thine eyes that thy mind is so puffed up against God, and lettest such words go out of thy mouth? What is man that he should be clean in his sight, in God's sight? What hath he which is born of a woman, whereby he might be righteous? Behold, he doth not trust his saints. That is, God does not even trust his saints. Yea, the very heavens are not clean in his sight. How much more, then, an abominable and vile man which drinketh wickedness like water? I will tell thee, hear me, and I will show thee that I have seen. I will show thee that I have seen, which wise men have told, and hath not been hid from their fathers, unto whom only the earth was given, and no stranger went among them. Whoa, very ancient people. Let me see. I will tell thee, hear me, and I will show thee that which I have seen, which wise men have told, and hath not been hid from their fathers, unto whom only the earth was given, and no stranger went among them. The ungodly sorroweth all the days of his life, as it were a woman with a child, and the number of a tyrant's years is unknown. A fearful sound is ever in his ears, and when it is peace, yet feareth he destruction. He believeth never to be delivered out of darkness, for the sword is always before his eyes. When he goeth forth to get his living, he seeth plainly that the day of darkness is at hand. Sorrow and carefulness will make him afraid, full of care, and compass him round about, like as it were a king with his host, ready to the battle. Yeah, carefulness even means anxiety or anxiousness. And careful means anxious. That's where. So if you're ever looking for the word anxious in here or in the King James, there it is. It's the word careful. For he hath stretched out his hand against God, and armed himself against the Almighty. He runneth proudly upon him, and with a stiff neck fighteth he against him. Whereas he covereth his face with fatness, and maketh his body well liking. In contrast. Therefore shall his dwelling be in desolate cities, and in houses which no man inhabiteth, but are become heaps of stones. He shall not be rich, neither shall his substance continue, neither increase upon earth. He shall never come out of darkness, the flame shall dry up his branches, with the blast of the mouth of God shall he be taken away. He believeth not that he is in vanity, and yet is he out of the way, and vanity shall be his recompense. Well, emptiness shall be his reward. He shall perish afore his time be worn out, and his branch shall not be green. He shall be plucked off as an untimely grape from the vine, and shall let his flower fall as the olive doth. As the olive doth fall. For the congregation of hypocrites shall be desolate and unfruitful, and the fire shall consume the houses of such as are greedy to receive gifts. He conceiveth travail, and beareth vanity, and their body bringeth forth deceit. 16. Job, repeating his misery, saith that he suffereth more than his wickedness hath deserved. Let's see. Job answered and said, I wanted to comment also about, he doth not trust his saints. We should consider that this is not, this has to do with entrusting. Even God, even his, he doesn't trust them with everything. That is to say, he doesn't entrust them with everything. When he could, but he doesn't. I don't know. He doth not trust his saints. That's very blunt. So I'm probably overthinking it. 16. Job answered and said, I have oft times heard such things. Miserable givers of comfort are ye, all the sort of you. Shall not thy vain words come yet to an end? Or hast thou yet any more to say? I could speak, as ye do also, but would God that your soul were in my soul's stead, then should I heap up words against you, and shake my head at you. I should comfort you with my mouth, and release your pain with the talking of my lips. But what shall I do? For all my words, my sorrow will not cease, and though I hold my tongue, yet will it not depart from me. But now that God hath sent me adversity, thou hast troubled all my congregation. All my congregation. All my company. Yeah. God sent me adversity, thou hast. I'm not sure who thou is. Thou could be God here, who has troubled all his company. Not sure. And that thou hast filled me with wrinkles. My flesh is record, or witness, and my leanness riseth up against me, and beareth witness against me. There's only one N here in leanness. I guess you could read it as lean S, and that also makes sense. He is angry at me, he hateth me, and gnasheth upon me with his teeth. Mine enemy scowleth upon me with his eyes. They have opened their mouths wide upon me, and smitten me upon the cheek despitefully. They gather themselves together against me. God hath put me in press with the ungodly, encrowded me with the ungodly, surrounded me, hath put me in press with the ungodly, and delivered me into the hands of the wicked. I was in wealth, but he brought me to naught. He hath taken me by the neck, he hath rent me, and sent me as a mark for himself. His archers compass me round about. He wounded my loins, and doth not spare. My bowels hath he poured upon the ground. He hath given me one wound upon another, and is fallen upon me like a giant. I have sewed a sackcloth upon my skin, and lie with my hair in the dust. I lie with my hair in the dust. My face is swollen with weeping, and in mine eyes is the shadow of death. Howbeit there is no wickedness in my hands, but my prayer is clean. O earth, cover not thou my blood, and let my crying find no room. For lo, my witness is in heaven, and he that knoweth me is above in the height. My friends give me many words to scorn, and mine eye poureth out tears unto God. O that a person might plead with God, as one man doth with another. Yet the number of my years is come, and the way that I must go is at hand, from whence I shall not turn again, from whence I shall not return. 17. Job saith that he consumeth away, and yet doth patiently abide it. My breath stinketh, my days are shortened, I am hard at death's door. Froward men are with me, and mine eye must continue in the bitterness of them. O deliver me, and look out one to be my surety in thy sight. Look out one to be my surety. What is he that knoweth who will promise for me? What is he that knoweth who will promise for me? For thou hast withholden their hearts from understanding, therefore shalt thou not set them up on high. He promiseth his friends part of his goods, but his own children spend it. He hath made me, as it were, a byword of the people, whereas afore I was their joy. This is speaking about the froward men. Okay. Mine eye is dim. Well, actually, he's just talking about any people. Mine eye is dim for very heaviness, and all my strength is become like a shadow. Virtuous men, therefore, shall well consider this, and the innocent shall take part against the hypocrite. Or take the... Yeah, well... Take this side in opposition to the hypocrite. Shall be against the hypocrite. The righteous also will keep his way, and he that hath clean hands will ever be stronger and stronger. As for you, turn you and get you hence, I pray you, seeing I cannot find one wise man among you. My days are past, and my counsels and thoughts of my heart are vanished away, changing the night into day, and the light into darkness. Indicates time is passing over him. Or, I think that's what it means. Not that they're being reversed, but that night is turning to day, and then the day into night, without any sign of things improving. Though I tarry never so much, yet the grave is my house, and I have made my bed in the dark. Yeah, okay, tarry. No, no matter how long I wait. This is it. I call corruption my father, and the worms call I my mother and my sister. What helpeth then my long tarrying? Or who hath considered the thing that I look for? All that I have shall go down into the pit, and lie with me in the dust. Okay, I do understand corruption my father and worms my mother, because that's my new house. My new family. That's terrible. All that I have shall go down into the pit and lie with me in the dust. (18) Bildad rehearseth the pains of the unfaithful and wicked. Then answered Bildad the Shuhite and said, When will ye make an end of your words? Mark well, and then will we speak. Mark that end. Wherefore are we counted as beasts, and reputed so vile in your sight? He destroyeth himself with his anger. What? Shall the earth be forsaken, or any stone removed out of his place because of thee? Okay, that's an odd exclamation about Job. Just kind of inserted there without any transition. He destroyeth himself with his anger. I guess that's about Job, or maybe I'm missing something. Shall the earth be forsaken, or any stone removed out of his place because of thee? Yea, the light of the ungodly shall be put out, and the spark of his fire shall not burn. Okay. The light shall be in his dwelling, and his candle shall be put out with him. His presumptuous goings are kept in, and his own counsel shall cast him down. For his feet are taken as it were in the net, and he is at his wit's end. His foot shall be holden in the snare, and it shall catch them that be thirsty of blood. The snare is laid for him in the ground, and a pitfall in the way. Fearfulness shall make him afraid on every side, that he shall not know where to get out. Hunger shall be his strength, misfortune shall hang upon him. He shall eat the strength of his own skin. Even the firstborn of death shall eat his strength. I don't know what the firstborn of death is. His hope shall be rooted out of his dwelling. Very fearfulness shall bring him to the king. Other men shall dwell in his house, but shall be none of his, and brimstone shall be scattered upon his habitation. His roots shall be dried up beneath, and above shall his branch be cut down. His remembrance shall perish from the earth, and he shall have no name in the street. They shall drive him from the light into darkness, and cast him clean out of the world. He shall neither have children nor kinsfolks among his people, no, neither any posterity in his dwellings. They that come after him shall be astonied at his day, and they that go before shall be afraid. Or frayed away, possibly. Such are now the dwellings of the wicked, and this is the place of him that knoweth not God. 19. And maybe I should study Job a little bit more in the King James, or other translations, because some of this is pretty hard. 19. Job reciteth his miseries and grievous pains. He prophesieth of the general resurrection. But it's somewhat of a blessing that some of these fearsome things are hard to understand, because they're not the primary thing of importance to understand in the Bible. You can puzzle them out later if you like. Job answered and said, the general resurrection. How long will ye vex my soul and trouble me with words? Lo, 10 times have ye reproved me, and are not ashamed for to laugh me to scorn. If I go wrong to myself. But if ye will enhance yourselves against me, lift yourselves up against me, and accuse me to be a wicked person because of the shame that has come upon me, know this then, that it is God which hath handled me so violently or forcefully, and hath compassed me about with his net. If I complain of the violence that is done unto me, I cannot be heard. And if I cry, there is no sentence given with me, sentence of judgment given on my side. There is no sentence given with me. He hath hedged up my way that I cannot pass, and he hath set darkness in my paths. He hath spoiled me of mine honor, and taken the crown away from my head. He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am undone. My hope hath he taken away from me, as it were a tree plucked up by the root. His wrath is kindled against me. He taketh me as though I were his enemy. His men of war came together, which made their way over me, and besieged my dwelling round about. He hath put my brethren far away from me, and such as were of mine acquaintance are become strangers unto me. Mine own kinsfolks have forsaken me, and my friends have put me out of remembrance. The servants and maidens of mine own house took me for a stranger, and I am become as an alien in their sight. I called my servant, and he gave me no answer. No, though I prayed him with my mouth. Mine own wife might not abide my breath. I was fain to speak fair for the children of mine own body. Yea, the children despised me, and when I was gone from them, they speak evil upon me. All such as were my most familiars abhorred me, and they whom I loved best are turned against me. My bone hangeth to my skin, and my flesh is away. Only there is left me the skin about my teeth. The skin of my teeth. Have pity upon me, O ye my friends, for the hand of God hath touched me. Why do ye persecute me as God doth, and are not satisfied of my flesh? O that my words were now written! O that they were put in a book! Would God they were graven with an iron pen, in lead or in stone, to continue. For I am sure that my Redeemer liveth, and that I shall rise out of the earth in the latter day, that I shall be clothed again with this skin, and see God in my flesh. Yea, I myself shall behold him, not with other, but with these same eyes. My reins are consumed within me. Did not ye say, why doth he suffer persecution? Is there found an occasion in me? But beware of the sword, for the sword will be avenged of wickedness. And be sure that there is a judgment. The sword will be avenged of wickedness. This order will be avenged upon wickedness, I do believe. Yeah, avenged of all wickedness. Yeah, sometimes I have to think through the usage of. Okay. Also, I wanted to write down. Oh, and I wanted to point out. No, where is it? Oh yeah, reigns. The reins in the hearts. So reins, that's the kidneys. This is the word kidneys. Kidney doesn't exist in here. Actually, it does, maybe. The fat of the kidneys. That's right. But anyway, this pretty much corresponds to nerves. I think you can read it as nerves. The kidneys are related to, adrenaline, the renal system. Whoa. I'm going to go ahead and end after chapter 20. Okay. Zophar saith that the unfaithful, the covetous, and the wicked shall have a short end. Then answered Zophar the Naamathite and said, For the same cause do my thoughts compel me to answer. And why? My mind is ready within me. I have sufficiently heard thy checking and reproof. Therefore am I purposed to make answer after mine understanding. Knowest thou not this, namely, that from the beginning, ever since the creation of man upon earth, the gladness of the ungodly hath been short, and that the joy of hypocrites continued but the twinkling of an eye, though he be magnified up to the heaven, such that his head reacheth unto the clouds, yet at a turn he perisheth forever. Insomuch that they which have seen him shall say, Where is he? He shall vanish as a dream, such that he can no more be found, and shall pass away as a vision in the night. Such that the eye which saw him before shall have no more sight of him, and his place shall know him no more. His children shall be fain to agree with the poor, and his hands shall restore them their goods. From his youth his bones are full of pleasures, but now shall it lie down with him in the earth. When wickedness was sweet in his mouth, he hid it under his tongue. That he favored, that he would not forsake, but kept it close in his throat. The bread that he did eat is turned to the poison of serpents within his body. The riches that he devoured shall he break again, vomit again. For God shall draw them out of his belly. He shall suck the gall of serpents, and the adder's tongue shall slay him, such that he shall no more see the rivers and brooks of honey and butter. The thing that other men have labored for shall he restore again, and shall not eat it up. Great travail shall he make for riches, but he shall not enjoy them. And why? He hath oppressed the poor, and not helped them. Houses hath he spoiled, and not builded them. His belly could never be filled, therefore shall he perish in his covetousness. There shall none of his meat be left behind, therefore shall no man look for his prosperity. When he had plenteousness of everything, yet was he poor, though he was helped on every side. He made himself as poor? He was poor in virtue. For though the wicked have never so much to fill his belly, yet God shall send his wrath upon him, and cause his indignation to reign over him, such that if he flee the iron weapons, he shall be shot with the steel bow. The arrow is taken forth and gone out of the quiver, and a glistering sword through the gall of him. Fear shall come upon him, there shall no darkness be able to hide him. An unkindled fire shall consume him. And look, what remaineth in his house, it shall be destroyed. The heaven shall declare his wickedness, and the earth shall take part against him. Take part. That does not mean participate. It means take the side. or bear witness. Bear witness against him. There we go. The substance that he hath in his house shall be taken away and perish in the day of the Lord's wrath. This is the portion that the wicked man shall have of God, and the heritage that he may look for of God because of his words. So I'm actually going to stop there. One chapter short of halfway, but that's plenty of reading for the night. And yeah, we'll continue tomorrow with Job's response to that. So hey, look at that. So we'll continue tomorrow, God willing. Thank you for watching. So everybody, until next time. Let me see, just a moment. Yep, until next time, good night. I love you. God bless you. Take care, everybody.